with us to present at that time, and we'll wrap up the afternoon with what I think will be an interesting and in-depth conversation with members of our legislative delegation. So let's start off the day by asking Mayor Vaughn to come forward, where she's going to lead a conversation with the leaders, the mayors of two of our peer cities. Let's welcome Mayor Nancy Ann Baldwin from Raleigh and Mayor Cyril Jefferson from High Plains.
Well, it is my pleasure to be able to sit here with Mayor Baldwin and Mayor Jefferson. They are the first mayors that we've actually had at our strategy session, so we thought we would do something a little different. And I was speaking to Cyril last week because there was a convention of mayors over the Henry, and I said, can you make it to, could you come over and talk to our council about what's going on between Greensboro and that point? And he said, yeah, you come to ours tomorrow. And it worked out really well. And, you know, one thing I noticed looking at the boards that you had up and the docs, your priorities are our priorities. That it really mirrored the discussion that we had yesterday and this discussion that we will have this afternoon. I'm not known for my grace. So thank you for being here. And then Mayor Baldwin, thank you for coming all the way from Raleigh. And I'd like you to talk about in a minute how you got here. And that was by train, which is really wonderful because I don't know that we always think of hopping on our train and going to Raleigh or Durham or down to Charlotte. So that will actually dovetail nicely into our Go Borough campaign and a few others. But I wanted you to start off by introducing yourselves and maybe saying how long that you have been on council, because I know that we've all been on council in different roles, and what your priorities are. Mayor Baldwin?
Good morning, everyone. Mary Ann Baldwin. I have been, I first got elected to City Council in 2007 and served until 2017, and then I retired. But retirement lasted 2 years. Our former mayor decided not to run. I looked at who was running. No one with any city experience was running. And I said, no, this can't be. So I jumped in. And then, of course, COVID hits and everything else that we went through. But that was my introduction to being mayor. But I will say my priorities have really focused on housing, transit, and public safety. Those are the three areas of focus and continue to be. And I know that that's probably what all of us are working on. So, yes, I took the train here this morning. I told Nancy when she asked me if I would come. I said I would love to, provided that I could take the train up and back, and our meeting is, or our speaking is scheduled in between. And she said, we'll make it happen. Yeah. So there we go. But it was so much more relaxing than driving, and I got a bunch of work done. So all good.
That is great. That's great. Thank you. And Mayor Jefferson.
Cyril Jefferson, Mayor of High Plains. Been on City Council for 4 years. And many of you all in the room have had the pleasure and privilege of knowing and working with for quite some time. So to be here with you all feels good. I did not take the train. I am just lucky I got here. My truck, you know, your mechanic always tells you got stuff to get worked on, and I just thought it was hogwash. And then yesterday I called him with the 911 emergency dropping off at him. And I said, I can't be without my truck though. What do I do? He said, I've got a loaner for you. So while I didn't take the train, I certainly made it here by the grace of the loaner. And I'm glad to be able to be here with you all. And fresh off the energy, this morning was the Black History Community Reader Day at Oak Hill Elementary School. And so I actually am not dressed up for you all. Nancy told me to dress down and be casual. But as you all know, fifth graders are a very tough crowd. So I had to make sure to show up correct for them. So glad to be here.
Thank you. And I would be remiss. I don't know if either of you mayors know that we are in Bennett College, and it is only 1 of 2 HBCUs for women in the nation. So this is one of our many historic jewels in the city. And we had the fortunate to have President Walsh here yesterday, and she gave us a great overview of how the City of Greensboro and Bennett College could partner. So we were real pleased to have her here. But we wanted to talk about some of the similarities. Raleigh being the second largest city in the state, and to have the brain power of the legislature there, and then our neighbors. I think it will be really interesting to hear what we have in common. So what we are faced with right now is our aha moment, and I think High Point is in this road where the dog has caught the car. We have Toyota, and we had a wonderful panel discussion yesterday. The head of HR was here, and he said that they would be hiring about 6,000 people out of the Toyota site. And it is estimated that for every one job that they bring, there will be 5 spin-off jobs. So we're really talking about just with Toyota and that investment in 30,000 employees. That's not Bloom and Marshall USA and all the other stuff that we have coming. Mayor Baldwin, we had a lot of big announcements in Raleigh. What do you think we need to do to prepare?
Run. It was interesting. I went to Austin, Texas on an intercity visit for the first time maybe 22 years ago. And you could see what was getting ready to happen. And they did nothing. They never passed any transit bond. It was crazy. And when I came back from there, I said, we can never be like that. We have to always be thinking ahead. So, first off, a critical factor is going to be housing. And part of what we've done in Raleigh, we initiated missing middle housing that would allow, I like to call it housing affordability and choice, because not everybody wants to live or can afford to live in a 4,000 square foot single family home. So we now allow accessory dwelling units, tiny homes, duplexes. You cannot build a townhome in 80% of Raleigh before. Now you can build a townhome in most places there. That's usually an entree into home ownership. So, we've really focused on that. We are focused on bus rapid transit as a way to build up ridership eventually for rail. And I will tell you, having spent time with the FTA, they have told us time and time again, we will support bus rapid transit provided that there's density along those corridors, because that's how you're going to build the regional rail. But they will come through with the funding, and that has been key to how we're going to grow for the next, say, 20 years. And I would say those are the two main things to prepare, is making sure that there's not mass congestion and making sure that people have a place to live.
Mayor Jefferson, I know you're in the same boat we are. When the gentleman was here yesterday from Toyota, he said that their employment base would be 60 miles from within the site, so we are well within the 60 miles. What types of conversations has High Point had?
So I'll talk about transit and transportation in just a second, because I know that's a key piece that we've been trying to collaborate on. But, to look at it from a different angle, a lot of economic development folks who have been in this space for a while feel that one of the biggest threats we have right now in terms of continuing momentum is, do we have people to fill a lot of the jobs that are paying for labor? And, we did our retreat last week, and some of the data that we looked at in Marijuana is that for some of the positions that we fill in, we got 1 in 14 people who have the requisite experience and qualifications and background, interests, and all those things to fill it. 1 in 14 is pretty stark when you talk about what's happening here to say 30,000 jobs, I think was the number you said there. That's incredible. The only thing that would make that, I think, to your point, Mayor Baldwin, where we want to run, right, is if we don't have the people to fill that. So in High Point, we're having a lot of discussions to say, we've done a good workforce development, but how can we double down on that? We think that what that does is satisfy really two sides of the coin. Those people who really care about the economy and economic development, big business, industry, right, satisfies that need, but also for many of our folks who are saying, how do you invest in marginalized communities and invest in neighborhoods? How do you bring equity into the equation? We think that this is the way to sort of satisfy both. To look at it from the workforce standpoint, of course, housing is a big piece of that. I know we'll develop the housing more. But the other piece that I'm really interested in terms of collaboration are the discussions we're having with the sort of county-wide transportation task force to figure out how we can, as not only the two municipalities, High Point and Greensboro, and the rest of the county, partner and work together where it makes sense. The days of people living, working, and playing in the exact same city are gone. A lot of folks, they may wake up in one city, they're going to an appointment in the city that's next to it, they're going to church that Sunday, or a temple, or wherever they may go. In a different city, they're going and shopping in a whole other city, their grandma's in a whole different city, right? So in this region of 1.7 million people, we're literally just a 30-minute drive can put you in a number of different municipalities. How do we think in a very collaborative and very global way to ensure folks to get to them?
You know, I'm glad you mentioned workforce development. Dr. Harrison was here yesterday, and Greensboro and High Point and the county are all part of the same Guilford Works Workforce Development Board. And I think the board is working really well. It hadn't always been that way, but it has kind of reinvented itself over the last, I would say, 4 years, and is now, I think, doing some really good work. You know, I think all of us remember that there were years that I think we never spoke to High Point. We barely walked across the plaza to talk to the county. But High Point, you know, there was just something going on with High Point. We're not really sure what it was, but it was in the water or something that we didn't really talk to each other. And I think that changed with the Guilford County Economic Development Alliance, which had elected officials from High Point, Greensboro, and the county, and that we started working on things more from a regional perspective. And, you know, certainly I believe that Commissioner Alston trying to do the countywide homeless task force, and then Commissioner Carly Cook doing transportation, that it's really a new day, I think, in Guilford County, where we are looking at the entire county as one, which is really nice, because it wasn't always that way. You know, you mentioned COVID, and we had a lot of conversations during COVID, and your relationship with Wake County, which was much better than our relationship with Guilford County at that time. And I remember thinking, I wish that we had the same type of relationship that Raleigh and Wake had. And I think that we are approaching that, where we are looking at, as Commissioner Alston, Chair Alston always said, Point Guilford, which I think is just so important for our success, because we're not going to be successful separately, and we're going to be a heck of a lot stronger together. So I'm pleased to see the way that the two cities and the county are overlapping, and we know each other now, and we can visit each other, and it's a lot of fun. Mayor Baldwin, what type of regional approach does Raleigh have with your neighbors?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that happened during COVID. Steve Schewel was the mayor of Durham at the time, and we literally became best friends because we realized that what the decisions I made impacted Durham, the decisions Durham made impacted us. We talked every week, and we made decisions together. And I really appreciate the fact, too, that have that personal relationship with Leonardo Williams, the new mayor. And I think that makes a difference. I've tried to be very proactive, and I think that's key as well. But we also have, we have Go Triangle, so that's our regional transit authority. So that's an area where we all work together. We have the Regional Transportation Alliance. That is part of the Raleigh Chamber. It's housed there, but it's regional in scope. And we also, we have a lot of boards that, like I sat on something with Leo the other day. The Triangle Community Coalition brought us all together to talk about what's happening in Durham and Raleigh. So I think it's part of that. But one of the things that's challenging too is in Wake County, it's not just like, oh, Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. We also have a very different makeup of our cities and towns in Wake County. So some are smaller towns they have different needs, and we are more urban, we have different needs. So it's really about communicating and developing those relationships. So we do have a Wake County Mayors Association. We meet on a monthly basis. We're going to be going to a hockey game together soon and NC State women's basketball game. So we get to see each other in social situations too. But I think that get to know you piece is really urgent.
I do think it's really important for all of us elected officials to have relationships with other elected officials in this area. And it is also a great way for support. Because during COVID, I know that we were all kind of in our room to be able to speak to another elected official who was dealing with the exact same things that we were was great. So I appreciate that.
You didn't feel so alone.
Yes.
That was the thing, because I know here I just get elected, COVID hits, and I'm like, oh, and it was just this feeling of being alone. And one of the things I always said people ask me how I got through it. And I'm like, my Peloton bike and wine, but not at the same time. And the Harvard Bloomberg Mayor's Leadership Group. Now, it was virtual, but it was amazing because you could talk to other mayors and you realize I'm not in this alone. And you also got to talk to experts and get actual data and facts and whatnot, help with the decision making, but backing up those decisions. And I think that is a value too. You don't feel so alone.
That was very helpful. I was involved in many of those sessions as well, and it was interesting. That was entirely across the country. So let's talk housing, because we have talked about housing, that we are in a housing crisis right now, and I don't think that that's where I truly believe we are in a housing crisis. Affordable and attainable. I call it attainable because people who can afford more of a house aren't able to find one right now. We were looking at the real estate figures yesterday on what is currently on the market and what has been sold. And I think the paperwork we got yesterday, houses are still selling in about 24 days. And so it is still a seller's market at this point. What are your cities doing to combat the housing crisis? Mayor Jefferson?
Yeah, and I'll say, Mayor Vaughn, I think one of the first times you and I really connected, we were at a different kind of homelessness task force meeting. And some of you all in here are part of that as well. And so grateful that we can have that level of collaboration. But, we were talking about homelessness, and I made a comment. I said, if we're going to talk about homelessness, we cannot forsake talking about housing too, because to talk about homelessness and not talk about housing is really just to leave a huge part of the conversation out. And the law of supply and demand often tells us, right, that if demand outpaces supply, then you're going to have that scarcity, and that's where prices are going through the roof, because so many folks are bidding on the same property, and so many folks are applying for the same apartment unit, and so on and so forth. And until we find a way to invest in inventory, both the quality and quantity of it, then we're not going to really alleviate some of the pressures we're seeing. North Carolina has a good problem, right? We saw the third highest population increase of any state in the country behind Texas and Florida over the past decade. And that's a good problem to have, right? Number one state in the Union for Economic Development, one of the top states for retirement, one of the top states for institutions of higher learning per capita. So we know a lot of people are moving into the state. And what are we doing to ensure that our supply meets demand is a critical part of that conversation. I want to shout out Walker Sanders, who I've seen with the Community Foundation, because you all just officially launched, in the state, the housing fund in partnership with the city and some of the other partners. You've got a number of CDFIs, self-help, PDCs, some other folks, Mike, I see you here in the room, who are at the table working with that. And High Point now are beginning our conversations around the housing fund as well. Because you just recognize in order for developers to be able to do certain projects where maybe they can't get financing because the rental rates that you get in a particular area just don't make the numbers make sense on a pro forma. That's where housing funds step in. You're able to have that revolving fund to support those kinds of projects. And I'll tell you, I was in a meeting with Treated. They were doing the general membership meeting this past Wednesday, and they asked me to come and speak to all the folks there. For those who don't know, Treated was the Triad Real Estate Builders District Coalition. So a lot of your developers and folks who really be at the table if you're going to address this housing problem. And we were talking about it. We talked about High Point leading in on this housing fund, but also how High Point and municipalities that are neighboring, such as Greensboro, how we work together to really make, I think, the environment for development more conducive for building to take place. And one of the big things we often hear from folks is having to navigate processes that feel so different across those two municipalities can make an incredible headache. And so just being able to talk about that at a staff level, as I'm sure there's good reasons why sometimes those policies don't align, but if there's not a good reason, can we at least have it on the table to say, for builders who are coming to this region, how much more competitive are we when we can say as a region, we've got our ducks in a row. Mm-hmm. If you come to this region, we're thinking about how you in any part of this county can build. And I think that's the kind of mindset that when someone's taking a major risk to invest, to develop, they want to know that the partners at the table in the public sector are thinking about that as well. Because more than just the cost of building, sometimes just the timeline and that threat that you don't have a partner who's in it with you makes development that much harder. And if you hold anyone who's in the development space, they'll tell you, can you lubricate sort of the machinery that's in there to make it where a timeline feels better? And if I'm taking this risk, I know that someone understands that risk, they have an appreciation for that, and not giving me a headache just because. And I think where we collaborate as municipalities gives us a real competitive advantage.
That's a great point. Mayor Baldwin, we were talking about your housing bond that you passed and how it was being spent and the challenges that developers are having. Could you talk about that a bit?
Well, I'm going to go back to 2008, first of all, because that's when this housing crisis started. When the Great Recession hit, people quit building. And this isn't just a Raleigh problem or a Greensboro or High Point problem. This is a national issue.
I was on a mayors and CEOs for housing call, and the figure was put out is that we are 7.3 million units short across the country.
Yep. And when you combine that with NIMBYism, not in my backyard, no density near me, only single-family homes, that's why we're in the quandary we're in today. What I talked about earlier was what we tried to do is missing middle housing, and I think that that's really important. One of the things we're really focused on is accessory dwelling units. Helps people build well, but also gives people a place to live.
Which is great because we're talking about that right now, and we're looking at Raleigh as a model.
Okay. Well, we have permitted about 250 units so far. But one thing that we've done that I really love is we held a design competition, and we had architects submit designs. Okay, we picked, I think, 5 of them. If you pick one of those designs, you're automatically permitted. So we've eliminated what we were just talking about. There's the permit right there. Boom, you sign up, you're done. And that's a way of simplifying and encouraging and incentivizing this.
And it keeps the cost down for them.
It keeps the cost down, it helps the timeline, whatnot. So if you were to opt into that, we're looking at ways that we can further incentivize that as well. But the whole idea too is have some fun with it, be creative. So we're really encouraging staff to do that. But a stat that I also think is important, out of the units that we've permitted past couple of years, we have 2,700 that would not have been permitted without our municipal rules. That's a third of the houses that we permitted. So there is demand. Builders do want to build missing middle housing and give people options. And then other data shows too that when people are building single-family homes and townhomes, the townhomes are going for at least 15% less than what homes are going for. And in some areas, what we've seen is the townhomes are going for $300,000, the houses are going for $500,000, $550,000. That's a huge difference, and that's what we feel like good about.
Do you allow the duplexes in single-family zoning,
Yes,
triplexes,
yes,
quads?
yes,
So in all single-family zoning, you can do that higher density.
yes.
I know that when you talked about that, and I do think that is something that we need to consider, because that density will drive the prices down, and it makes it a lot easier for city services.
Yes, and it's so funny to me, some of our most desirable neighborhoods are historic neighborhoods who have all this type of housing. So it's like, this existed before, and people all lived in different types of housing for years until we started with exclusionary zoning. And it's frustrating to me when people are opposed to this. I sometimes have pictures where I'm like, well, this is missing middle housing, and it's one of the most desirable neighborhoods in the city. How can you say it's going to destroy neighborhoods? It's not.
So, did you do public hearings to change that zoning to allow, and how were they received?
Part of it was, it happened during COVID. But the amount of public input we got was pretty amazing. We did a lot of, I would say, virtual meetings. We did surveys, whatnot. So I can't get into detail about this because there's a lawsuit, but there was a group that is opposed to townhomes in their neighborhood. These are $2 million townhomes. And yes, so anyhow, having said that, it was going really well until that happened. But what we have seen too, it's an age thing and demographic thing. Younger people are really out there saying, we need this, we want to stay here, but you have to diversify your housing. And wealthier white people are the ones who are opposed. I mean, we see that in all the demographic surveys. So it's really doing a lot more outreach and also explaining the benefits. That's one way to be more inclusionary.
We had a contentious rezoning on Elm and Cone, and there was an older single-family house in disrepair, and it was rezoned for townhomes. And so right now there are 5 very attractive townhomes where there was one very unattractive house, and those townhomes are going for about $750,000. And that is certainly a very expensive home. It still is filling a need because we need the expensive homes just as we do the lower ones. But, it's interesting. We haven't heard anybody come back to us and say, well, it was a big mistake. I can't get out of my driveway and this is awful. I think people sometimes imagine things that never happen. And you don't hear people come back and say, oh, it wasn't so bad.
No. No. And then I never answered your question. It was about the housing bond.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say this really quickly. We passed an $8 million housing bond, and we We focused on gap funding because most of our projects are live tech. So we will provide gap funding to nonprofit and for-profit developers so they can get their financing. We have money set aside for land banking. So we're buying property along bus rapid transit lines. Best example was the DMV site. The state moved their headquarters out to Rocky Mount. We have a 6-acre site sitting on Newburgh Avenue, our first bus rapid transit line. We worked very close. I worked on this literally for 4 years, but we're closing on this property in March. I really look at this as a way that we can demonstrate how development should occur on bus rapid transit, just in terms of density and services for our residents. We also have a fund for first-time home buyers. That's been more challenging because of the market right now. We had to increase that to really help people buy homes. And now we have a fund for home repair.
That's great. Mayor Jefferson, have you talked about increasing density throughout High Point?
Absolutely, and I think all the parts mentioned here today are part of our session as well. How do you allow for some of that missing middle housing? How do you allow for accessory building units? How do you think about mixed use and higher density within single-family zoning? And what we're not able to that takes some political will to try to move this forward, because you're going to have some folks who are against it. But what you also keep in mind is you've got a lot of folks for it. And I think what is coming up upon us is to think about what happens if we don't say this, and what happens if we don't say no, right? Like, are there ramifications, and which ones are we willing to sort of bet the livelihood of the city on? I think those are big pieces.
Well, I have to say, I had an ulterior motive for inviting Mayor Baldwin to this strategy session, and that was to talk about the benefits of the prepared food and beverage tax.
We've never had that discussion before, right, Yeah.
So I wanted you to give us, from your perspective, what the prepared food tax has done for Wake County and Raleigh.
Okay, so I have a really interesting perspective on this because I actually worked 25 plus years ago on bringing this forward. I worked for the Raleigh Chamber of Commerce at the time, and I was in charge of communications, but I also worked with the General Assembly. And part of my job was explaining to members of the General Assembly why this was important. Like, I was the one who had to come up with all the talking points and help our business community explain it. And, you know, it was a different legislature, but I'm telling you, they were equally hard-pressed in terms of wanting to support this. It took time, energy, and we really needed champions. But what we've been able to do with this since it was passed, we have a hotel occupancy tax, and then we have a food and beverage tax. We have built, originally it was done to build PNC Arena and a new convention center, and both have been done. Now we have just approved another $300 million for the renovation and expansion of PNC Arena, another $350 million toward the expansion of the convention center, $75 million to bring in a new Omni hotel, and that's the big stuff. Carrie's also got a sports center that we're funding, and there's also been a lot of projects that are smaller in different communities, ranging from libraries to parks, that are part of this. So it can be like diverse projects. Not everyone is heads in beds. Is that me? Yes. So I'm going to give you some data points so that probably you see this. 55% of funding comes from food and beverage, 45% comes from hotel occupancy tax. In 2017, that brought in 52.6 million. 2018, 55.7. 19, 62.3. We're going to forget about the COVID years. 22, 66.8 million. And last year, $80.4 million.
Yeah, and let me just sit with that number right now, $80.4 million. And of course, that has been, every year you're getting that funding. So the amount of money that you've gotten is well over $1 billion at this point from when it first started.
It's, I don't have the exact number, but COVID hurt us. Obviously, that hurt everybody. We saw the numbers just don't. But you can also see by that the strength will come back. And a lot of that, too, has to do with hotel, like occupancy coming back as well. And that has helped tremendously.
Has Raleigh or Lee County seen any negative impact, especially on small businesses or mom and pop restaurants? Has there been a negative to the prepared food and beverage tax?
Nobody has ever brought that up.
Well, that's our sales pitch. Excuse me? So these are the questions that I have prepared, but I know that you all have questions. So I'd like to open up the floor for you to talk, Mayor Baldwin and Mayor Jefferson. Mrs. Hoffman?
Thank you so much for being with us. Mayor Baldwin, I just have a couple of questions about your the ADU designs. Are they full architectural designs and mechanical designs? So that work is done for the person who wants to just start moving.
Yes.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. And the other, on what grounds is the neighborhood opposing $2 million townhomes?
It's going to destroy the neighborhood and add traffic.
And what's the value range of the homes in that area? Are they less than $2 million? Are they more than $2 million? Or are they?
I would say $1 million and up.
Oh, okay.
Most
I mean, we have townhomes being built now at 2 acre
Friendly?
at Friendly that are now they're going to sell for in excess of $1 million.
Yeah.
Because of the cost to live on that sort of thing. I mean, that's a much greater number than incomes in the situation.
And I believe they have a waiting list.
Thank you so much.
So Mayor Baldwin, in a piggyback off of that question regarding those $2 million townhomes, are you hearing concerns from the $1 million owners that they may be gentrified, so to speak, that there may be more coming in, they may be pushed out? And in a strange twist of, okay.
So here's how it started. They were complaining because they thought they were going to be affordable, and they said they're going to have front door garages, and that's not going to fit in the neighborhood, and blah, blah, blah. And then when they found out it's going to be $2 million townhomes with elevators and, places where people could live like forever and whatnot, they started complaining because it wasn't affordable. So we like this kind of turnaround and spin. So yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. But one follow-up question regarding your prepared food tax. So you say that now that there is no opposition to it. Now it's been in place. It's been shown to be effective. But going into it, what were the top 3 concerns that your residents had going into it, and how did you address those concerns up front?
So we did not have a lot of concerns from residents, to be honest with you. We all knew the money was going to go toward building an arena for a hockey team, which, by the way, part of the reason why this got approved is because our restaurants and hotels got behind it, or those organizations got behind it, and supported the effort because they realized by building a convention center, by building some of these amenities, it was going to bring them business. And if you looked at our downtown before, and you look at our downtown now, it's night and day. And I think that's what people understood. We're not going to take away something from you. We're actually going to bring you business.
So you did a referendum, and the people chose?
No, we did not.
You did not take it before the people?
No, this was approved by the
See,
legislature.
I think that's the issue I have. So if people want it, they'll vote for it, and let them decide how to get
The
it.
legislature still has to approve it. We can't do this without legislative approval. So that's the key. You can put a referendum up, but it doesn't mean anything because the legislature is the one that has to
So how
approve
does,
this.
but you got around it by not doing the referendum, and the legislature approved it because of,
That's the law. So we don't have the right to do this, impose this. The legislature has to give us the authority to do it. And so now, if there's other referendums we have done for transit, for housing, transportation, and parks and recreation. We have that authority, but we don't have the authority for a food beverage tax.
So the 5 areas that currently have prepared food tax, Wake, Mecklenburg, Dare, the City of Hillsborough, and is it Cumberland. They all got permission by the legislature to do it without a referendum. The legislature approved all 5. The 2 cities that have since come before the legislature and required a referendum, Durham being one. Do you know who the second one is?
Monroe or Union County.
And they failed. So what we are trying to do right now, working with Richard and the Sports Foundation, is really to try to get input from our local businesses that would be impacted in the community to see what type of appetite there is for prepared food and beverage tax before we go to the legislature. I think that it would be transformative for our city. Within the last few months, they did it rated, the North Carolina Department of Revenue rated all 100 counties when it came to tourism. And Guilford County was rated number 5, which I think really takes a lot of people by surprise because we're not in the mountains and we're not on the beach. But people are coming here for some reason, for us to be number 5 out of 100. So we have a lot of people visiting our community and taking advantage of a number of amenities, whether it's the Coliseum or Tanger or Bryant Park or the Aquatic Center, the Science Center, the Civil Rights Museum. I mean, they're coming here for a variety of different reasons, and they're not paying for those facilities. We are. And that is different than the way they do it in these other communities, where they use those tourism dollars to help build new buildings and to maintain the ones we have. We are faced with a huge bill that's going to be due on the Coliseum because it has reached the end of its natural life. And while we make a transfer every year to the Coliseum, the impact that it has on local businesses cannot be overstated. When you talk to the hotels and the restaurants and the small business, that Coliseum is an economic driver. So we are not even talking about future business. We want to hold on to what we have, which I think is important when we've got these really big maintenance bills coming up. High Point in the world twice a year. People are coming from all over. Who's paying for it?
It's also the largest economic community in the state. So in terms of money making back draws most dollars to the state, the first market does that. So to your point, I mean, there is incredible opportunity with it. I think some of the questions that I know we heard about is that if you got to go to a legislature about this, I mean, part of what doesn't get talked about is the political appetite for it at the legislature for something like this. And I think what I'm very curious about is what is it that helps make the case to where the folks in Raleigh, not your folks, but the folks in the legislature, what makes them say, hey, this sort of thing we want to support. Look, more revenue for more projects is never something that I think the government's going to be against, but trying to figure out how to make that happen in the time for the discussion.
You know, to me, it is also just a matter of fairness. You know, when you have a legislature who set up all of these other communities to compete with out-of-state dollars, and we're expected to compete by property tax, that is a big mistake. And you know, we often get accused of picking winners and losers. Well, that's kind of what the legislature is doing by allowing these 5 communities to have it without us to have the ability. Mary Kay?
Partially just a comment. I'm on the Sports Foundation and also was a restaurant owner for 22 years. So what I'm hearing in the restaurant community is they don't want it. That kind of is ironic because when I was in restaurant, closed in 2014 after a 22-year run, which was really good, I would have been thankful for something like this that would bring more economy to my city in order to bring more people to come and dine at my restaurant. I'm not sure why we are having the angst about it. I really am not, because all you do is, get your computer to do the 1% just like you do the sales tax, and it's done. I understand some people are saying, well, number one, it's not going to be on all food. It's only going to be on the prepared food. Number two, it's also where, all of it is calculated there, and you just write your check for this date or wherever it goes. And then the community gets the money back with all of the economic development, like making us a sports capital for youth, or doing this or this. So you have not had any of the businesses come with those concerns, correct, Mayor Baldwin?
Let me give you an example, and I think this tells the story. We've had this food and beverage tax for 25 years. Like I said, we built a convention center. We built a small amphitheater next to our convention center, Red Hat Amphitheater. It was supposed to be temporary. Everybody knew that when it was done. So with the expansion of our convention center, Red Hat's going away. Our restaurant community lost it. They said, no, you are not taking that. That's what drives business to us all summer, whatnot. We are now going to build another amphitheater across the street from that. And that's part of where this, the food and beverage tax money is going. Once we said we were building that, we were like, okay, we're fine. We're good. That's what they wanted to see, that continue. Because they see what brings people down. They see what brings people to their restaurants. They see what brings people to their shops. It's those concerts and it's conventions. And that's what we want. So that's what we do.
So I think that is something like, if there's ever a meeting of the businesses in Greensboro, I think you should come and give that testimony. Because, really, it is hard, and I have a lot of restaurant friends who are totally against it. And hearing all of this, I've always been for it, because I'm thinking like the economic development, and then in this capacity, trying to reach that economic development to bring it here. So I think, Mayor Vaughn, if you could consider that.
Absolutely.
I'll take the training in.
Mayor Baldwin, do you have any feel on this tax? What percentage you're getting from local residents and what percentage of that income is coming from folks out that don't live in your county?
So let's go back to COVID. I don't have any exact numbers on that, but when COVID hit, boom.
Right.
A lot of that was because we lost conventions and we lost people coming to our city. So I would say there's quite a lot of this comes from that economic development. And yeah, sure, some of it is local, but again, I've never heard of one person complaining saying, I'm paying 1% more. I haven't
And it's a
never heard that.
consumer tax.
Right.
Yeah, to me, it's like, if I can afford $100 restaurant meal, $101 doesn't, or if it's a $10 fast food meal, 10 cents more is not gonna make a difference of whether I get the meal or not.
Well, and that's one of the issues I'm having too with our hotel folks. Like, we've had the same rate for 25 years, at 6%. If I look at our peer cities that we compete with for conventions, they're charging anywhere from 10 to 20%. And
In DC, I think it was 18% more there.
And so they're saying, no, conventions won't come. First off, it's not even a question on when you're filling something out for to host a convention, they don't ask what your hotel occupancy tax is. And I mean, we are leaving so much money on the table that we can build more to fill more hotel rooms and whatnot. That's where we've gotten the pushback. Is they wanted it for the 6%. They don't want to increase it anymore, and we could do so much more if we could.
And keep in mind that the Sheraton, the Corey Convention Center, is still the biggest convention center between DC and Atlanta. So we are in the mix for a lot of the same conventions that you are. We don't even really talk a lot about that convention center business, but there's barely a day that you go by and that parking lot is not full of cars. They have conventions from all over the country and beyond. So, that is another huge economic driver that we have in our community.
Not to mention sports events. It's amazing to me. I love seeing downtown all these young people at the convention center, like the diversity in age, families are there together, and it's like, it makes it alive. And that's what part of this is being able to inspire young people to do great things and play sports and have fun. And, that is such an essential part of life. And it's like, come on, this is a good thing.
Mayor Baldwin, when you were talking about the architectural designs, that were they only architects that did it, or did you involve your colleges and universities?
You have to be a registered architect. That's the only way you can get that approved, so it passes approvals. But with our School of Design, we do involve them in great things. They're doing a study right now on housing for us, but there are rules in place that they're just like, you have the college homes, right? I really wanted to do something like that, and then found out you have state rules that prohibit them from being 360
More than
days a year.
180 days.
Yeah, and it's like, what? But building code. So a lot of it goes back to building code and the rules and blah, blah, blah.
Sharon?
So, I want to go back you want to build for entertainment. I think one of the concerns I have is that while it's going to bring in a lot of money, are we going to be able to invest some of that back into those underserved communities that need investment, that are long overdue?
Yep.
And if that money is just simply straight for the buildings that are there to provide entertainment or hotels, which a lot of those communities aren't going to be able to afford to go to, then how are they going to get the benefit of this investment?
Yeah, we actually have like the larger projects, but we also have what we call medium-sized projects and small-sized projects. Everything that's approved by the county and the city. But we have built libraries, we have built parks, we look at what the needs are throughout the county, and everybody brings their pet project in. So it's not just money set aside for large projects, medium-sized and small projects as well have received funding for this.
And that's not, that's the part that I think we're not having, for me, having enough discussion around, is how is it going to benefit the whole, not just the few. And there are parts of our city that need that investment desperately. I know they're growing in A&T's track, but it's more than A&T in this community.
If there's museums or if there's historic spaces, it can be set aside for that because that's also, how can I say this, that brings people in.
It does.
So, yeah, that's
It
what
seems like you
we're
can also repurpose some of your existing revenue to go towards the communities that you're talking about, Councilman Hightower. I imagine if you got this extra revenue source, then what you're taking, as you said, Mayor Vaughn, in your property taxes and trying to take it to the convention centers and things of that nature, maybe you repurpose those to be allocated somewhere else because you got a revenue source. And perhaps that's where the benefit comes in.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the greater benefit, absolutely. But communities have been promised a lot over the years, and there have not been deliverables. And so, if there is opportunities to garner these types of funds, then let's make sure they're distributed equitably, so that it benefits certain communities that want to be treated like other communities and have those same opportunities, economic development wise, and investment wise. Keith?
Thank you. Mayor Jefferson, we're here in February, the middle of Black History Month, so I feel I would be remiss if I didn't recognize your historic win as mayor of the City of High Point. Congratulations.
Oh, but he was the first black. That's right.
Thank you, Sheriff.
He's the first mayor. He's the first mayor.
And we look forward to working with you. Question for you, going back to the housing crisis, you mentioned earlier that we need to, I'm paraphrasing, lubricate the machinery when it gets to the permitting process. What are some of your ideas about lubricating that machinery and making that process faster and saving time and money for everyone?
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm stealing some ideas from the mayor here in Raleigh with how you can just ensure that permitting and approval can be done a whole lot faster, quite frankly. I think, the staff that we all work with in each of our governments, I think, do incredible work every single day. And I think the partnership that's incumbent upon us as officials is to be able to constantly say, what are we hearing from the community, and how can we find that middle point? I imagine folks probably have certain things in place for the sake of safety, or maybe it makes more sense for process because you have limited capacity. So I don't want to make it seem like it's black and white in terms of changing some of these things. But if there is a margin somewhere where you can make the improvement, I think moving the needle is important.
And also, as it comes to density, I know that we all deal with the issues of density, and not everybody, NIMBYism and the like. How have you navigated that scenario in High Point?
It's a tough one, but I stand by what I stood on as a city council member, is that if we don't address density issues, work, especially a social justice warrior like I am, then density should become a regular part of our vocabulary. Fighting for it should be a regular part of it. And I think that the growth of our communities is necessitated that happens. And look, if we weren't facing people wanting to move to this area, that's one thing. But everyone wants to keep moving into North Carolina. They're going to keep moving. And that's the problem to have. Thanks for
And what you said earlier too, it takes political will. That's the bottom.
And I believe we have the will. We've made some very difficult decisions over the last few years. And I know that we talked about this at the last retreat as far as duplex, triplex, and quads as a right in single-family zoning. And I think we need to visit that again.
And I will say this really quickly. Our 2045 comprehensive plan, where it goes public next week, and we vote on it sometime in the next couple of months, looks at very robust density and mixed-use development. And so we're going to have to approve, I'll forget what's called Industry Unified Development Ordinance, once again, like the EDO. We've got to approve that right afterwards, and we're all pretty bullish that we're committed to the city looking very different when we're done. So again, it's going to take some political will. We've got some folks who feel some type of way about those changes, but change is inevitable. We got to let it grow or even decay. And as nature's moral imperative, we got to keep that in mind.
Tammy?
One last question about your growth in density in Raleigh. Have you had discussions about how much density up against single family and not, or are you all overall just saying what you want goes? I mean, it seems to me like there's a fine line of going from single family to quadplexes to single family to 65 units on 3 pieces of property. You know, that kind of thing. Are you all finding that you can work with that graduation, or are you just all good?
So we are working on something right now on Newbern Avenue, an overlay district with density bonuses. We have a lot of opposition from some of the historic neighborhoods, and probably what we're going to do and how we're going to approach it is look at the industrial areas, like from Wake Med on out more to the Zebulon and those areas. It's a lot of industrial land. So focus on rezoning that in the TOD. And then from Wake Med to a certain point, that's where the DMV site is. That's where we have 2 other sites that we own. One we bought was had one of the highest crime rates in the city. So getting that kind of like redeveloped will help with those issues. And I think what we're going to do is just where the single family homes are, just kind of leave that out of the TOD. Say, okay, some of that's historic areas, but that's not going to be redeveloped anyhow. And so let's not fight about what's not going to happen, but let's make it happen in areas where there's surface parking lots or, right now there's one site, 6 acres of land that's just sitting there. It's been sitting there for years. Let's do something to make it constructive.
Got it. Thank you.
Do we have a final question?
I don't have a question, I just wanted to share some data with you that may help with regards to what the mayor said about PFT. So in FY22, the annual hotel rental sales for Guildford was about $433 million. Again, that shows people are coming here. If we had a prepared food tax in 2022, it would generate $1.67 billion. Now, if you were to think about 1% of that, that's roughly between 15 and 16 billion. So that's huge. But again, that makes this region prime for something like that.
grow and continues to bring people in, what we're going to be fighting is not bringing people in, it's not losing people. And that is truly one of my biggest concerns, that if we have these aging facilities, if we can't maintain them, if we can't bring on new facilities, that people are going to go somewhere else.
Well, we were worried that the hurricanes were not going to sign a 20-year lease. And they said, we want to see these improvements. And we said, well, in the negotiation, it's like, you sign a 20-year lease, this is what we'll do. So we knew we had to step up as well if we expected them to step up. And I can't remember the exact number, or I should look this up on the train, but the economic development from PNC Arena, I think it exceeds $25 million a year. It's crazy. And, you know, that's what you're protecting. And when we look at the potential of an entertainment district around there, that's just going to skyrocket. Like, you know, you all host ACC games and whatnot. We can't get any of those because but our arena sits by itself. There's nothing there. And we've had games come and it's like, we ain't come back. So we've seen that happen. And I think about what it could be if we made that investment, which is what we're about to do. Largest economic development project in the history of our city. Huge.
Well, I want to thank you both for coming. I appreciate it. I enjoy seeing you on a regular basis, and it is very interesting. No matter what size the city is, we still have the same problems, the same issues. So it is nice to be able to talk with one another and be able to share information. And it's nice because we're not competing. We know that if one grows, we all grow. So I want to thank you both very, very much for being a part of our strategy session this morning.
Thank you. Good seeing you.
lots of, again, really fascinating how different, as you said, how different cities, different sizes are all dealing with the same kind of issues. I was really struck by how practical that got as well on a number of those issues, down to how many duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, that's real specific. One of the fun things about a strategy session like this is we get to look down the road to the future and think big ideas about who we are and where we're going. Our next session is really very practical. When we talk about being the easiest place to do business, that is conceptual, that is ideas, that's how we all work together. It's also really practical as well. Like where are we going to get the drinking water? Where are we going to put the sewer water afterwards? So our next two sessions, we're going to talk about that. Before we turn to that, I want to acknowledge the presence of our partners from the Chamber of Commerce, the Sports Foundation, and the Community Foundation as well, who are with us here today. Our first presentation, I want to bring up Marshall Yandel, who leads economic development for the city. And we'll talk, he and the team from Priest and Nichols will give us an update on Highway 421. So, cool.
Marshall. We're finally here. Thank you. I'll be very brief to allow plenty of time to talk to our consultant who came in today. When I first came to the city in the spring of 21, Sue Schwartz and I, the planning department, were talking about the activity that the Chamber of Commerce and others were seeing at the main site. We knew that something was going to happen at some point as we continue to put our infrastructure down to that site. And so we talked about trying to get more prepared for that. And also, as the mayor pointed out earlier this morning, taking advantage of course, the multiplier effect that a mega site has and the suppliers and other industries that we want to be close. And so how do we work on that? And so we kind of worked with different folks to come up with an area that we thought was important to study. And we applied for a grant from the Economic Development Administration. And as we were applying for that, working on the application for that grant, Toyota announced. And so that was good in that we didn't have to guess at what was going to come or what the usage would be. As you'll learn from talking later with Mr. Borchers and others, we know that we're providing water in two different directions, but we only had one sewer line going down there. So a sewer was going to be particularly a point that we need to make sure we had capacity to support growth and to secure other employment centers in this area of the county. And so I would like to introduce Dawn Ward with Priest and Nichols. She's the consultant that we've been working with on this project since the spring of last year. We'll be open up for discussion afterwards. And yeah, looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you, Marshall, and thank you all so much for inviting me to come and speak to you today. I'm excited to give you this update on the project. We've done quite a bit of work, and happy to share where we are in understanding this Highway 421 corridor and how it contributes to your economic development and the continued growth of Greensboro and the region. So my name is Dawn Warwick. I'm with Freeze & Nichols. We're a multidisciplinary firm. We have offices across the country, and like Marshall said, we're here to give you an update on where we are with this project. It is both a planning project as well as an economic development project. And really what we wanted to ensure that we kept kind of front of mind throughout the entirety of this process is that this is an effort that is all about positioning Greensboro for the type of growth and the region for the type of economic impact that the Toyota plant can provide and spin-off impacts that we know are going to come, and making sure that there's a place for those things to happen and that it is planned and it is done in a thoughtful manner. So by way of this overview, we're going to talk a little bit about the background and sort of the foundation of the study, the site selection process, and then we'll get more into specific recommendations for what comes next and how we anticipate things moving forward. So, the study is all about the 421 corridor. We'll talk about the specific geography of that in just a moment. But looking at land use, understanding what the existing conditions are, and also really focusing on what changes need to be in place, what the foundation needs to be in order to support the high growth, high employment jobs that we're anticipating that will be focused on this area to support technology and auto manufacturing related uses and, like I said, those spin-offs. So looking at the study area, so this is the corridor, and Greensboro is sort of off the screen a little bit, but still has, I guess, the municipal boundaries intersect the corridor at the I-85 interchange, which is at we consider that the west end of the corridor sort of is also the north end of the corridor, just by the shape of things. The study area expands from that I-85 interchange down to the megabit at the Randolph-Guilford County line. It runs along 421 sort of being the spine of that corridor, half a mile on the south side and 1 mile to the north. So this is a geography that spans multiple jurisdictions. You'll see that, of course, the city being responsible for water and sewer services, the county, of course, having jurisdiction over the land use over the majority of it, and also the town of Pleasant Garden on the south side of 421. Part of the existing conditions and sort of the backstory or the study of the corridor involved looking at policies and plans that are in place that affect this particular geography. So we started with GSO 2040, the city's comprehensive plan. It doesn't anticipate that the city will grow out into this area. It doesn't, the geography that is covered by GSO 2040 does not extend all the way to the county line, but it goes as far sort of east as Monette Road. And so this is the area that's covered. It is identified as being primarily residential in growth over in the future. It also has a couple of 3 different nodes of commercial activity that are identified at key intersections along the corridor. And by the hatching pattern, that correlates with the growth tiers that are identified in the water and sewer services policy. And it identifies the entirety of the study area within growth tier 3. Talk a little bit about that here. The water and sewer services policy, of course, is about what areas can be adequately served by city utilities. And the growth of anything that's in growth tier 1 is eligible for service. Growth tier 2 has some criteria that might make properties eligible. Growth tier 3 really is only eligible, growth tier 3 properties are eligible when they present development projects of significant economic import that promote substantial job generation. So those are the types of projects right now that can be considered for growth tier 3 inclusion in the extension of services. As you're all aware, the water and sewer extension policy is currently being reviewed and updated, so that is subject to revision and additional consideration. There are also land use policies that are in place for the county. So Guilford County covers this area within their long-range planning activities. On the north side of 421, the Alamance Creek area plan covers this study area, and on the south side, the southern area plan covers the study area. Both of those were adopted in 2016, similar to what is called for in GSO 2040. It anticipated generally residential growth with some commercial activities around the intersection of Liberty and Woodland Roads. The county did a more extensive study in this particular area, which is bound by Chaparral Road on the west and Big Alamance Creek on the east, Liberty Road and 421 north and south respectively. This is a small area plan, sort of took the ideas of their larger area plans, the countywide plans, and drilled down a little bit more specifically working with property owners in this area. This plan, again, calls for a lot of residential development. However, it does identify this portion of the corridor as appropriate for mixed-use developments, sort of building on the commercial center that's existing. There's a food line and a small group of commercial tenants in this location. It also identified 4 key goals that I think are relevant because all of these plans were in place 10 years ago and did not necessarily anticipate the mega site and the Toyota plants and all of the things that we're seeing now. So as planners, we got to look at these things and determine how they need to evolve and change in order to be respective of existing conditions and things that we know are coming and changing. But the goals for this particular plan to allow for people to shop and work locally, to anticipate and provide transportation improvements to support additional development, that development in integrating a mixture of uses and allowing for this area to better realize the full economic potential. I think are sort of bellwethers for where we're headed and an understanding that things do need to evolve and change as new conditions emerge. So in addition, I skipped a page on one. The transportation planning is also in place for this area. There are long-range bicycle pedestrian plans for the region as well as the NPO's long-range transportation, metropolitan transportation plan for 2045. So key recommendations of those plans that have carried forward in all of these various efforts identify the need for improved bicycle and pedestrian networks, better opportunities for multimodal transportation, the introduction of transit, connections of trails and greenways and open spaces, and then also for the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, a realization that this part of the corridor and 421 in general will be improved over time and become part of I-685. So it will be converted to interstate status. There are also economic development plans that are in place that sort of provide some guidance to this region, not specifically to the corridor, but understanding that there are opportunities within the region, and this is a relatively new 2023 to 2028 comprehensive economic development strategy, so we call it CEDS, since that's a lot of words. But it's for the region, and it already starts to anticipate leveraging the opportunities of the mega site and the Toyota plant, so that there is a recognition that this region has a strength and the ability to provide support for advanced manufacturing, also opportunities for supportive and complementary industries such as aviation, biotechnology, mobility, healthcare, and public service. So all of these things are identified through various planning documents. Likewise, this particular CEDS plan really talks about ways for goals, long-term goals for the region relative to economic development. So these are all very indicative of what this particular study is intending to do and to support, boosting the competitive advantage of this region, ensuring that there is a robust regional infrastructure to support development and that is complementary, and also to provide the resources to create vibrant, healthy, and resilient communities. So now we look more specifically at the existing corridor and what's happening within the designated study area. So what you see here is an evaluation of the existing land use. And by all of the yellow, that indicates residential. A good majority of this corridor, which is approximately 8,000 acres, is designated for and utilized for residential use. And while there are about 1,600 residential units, they are widely spread. This is not an area that is developed in tight neighborhoods or subdivisions. It's more generally sprawling single-family homes on large acreages. There is a small portion of the property that is utilized for non-residential uses. The Executive Airport, a few areas around the Liberty Road and Company Mill interchange are designated as commercial and used as such. The existing transportation network really consists of 421 as the spine of the area. Liberty Road parallels that to the north. And then there are three primary interchanges that are controlled access interchanges along the corridor. Those are located at Neely and Williams-Gary Road, Company Mill and Woody Mill Road, and Highway 62. There's an at-grade intersection at Monette Road, and that eventually will need to be upgraded and treated and redesigned in order for the interstate designation to be effective. Other transportation elements within the corridor, there is a transit mobility service provided by Guilford County and also the Greensboro Executive Airport. So once we looked at physical features, there's also a recognition that there are some regulatory controls that are in place for this corridor. The first being the Greensboro Land Development Ordinance. The piece of this corridor right at the interchange at I-85 is the only part that's within the municipal boundaries of the city of Greensboro, but there are 2 scenic overlay districts that are applied in that location along the I-85 corridor. The Guilford County Code addresses the majority of property within the study area and has called that out zoned as R3 or residential or AG agricultural. There's a small collection of commercial properties at the intersection of Woody Mill and Liberty. And then when the small area plan for that interchange, for that area of Liberty Road and Woody Mill was created, there was a series of architectural design standards put in place with an overlay district, and those call for some aesthetic improvements. It also identifies the need to improve the sidewalk networks in that location. So that was to promote mixed-use development in that part of the corridor, so kind of central to the area that we're studying. So once we have a good understanding of what the various regulatory conditions and long-range plans called for the study area, as well as the existing conditions, we began a site selection process. And in order to do this, we developed a GIS model utilizing a variety of reporting categories, and many of those reporting categories are shown on the screen. So they are everything from just understanding total acreages to environmental constraints to regulatory controls that may impact the suitability of a property for employment-based development. So those criteria were divided basically into 3 sort of tiers of review. And first is based upon availability, the second on lot size, and the third on suitability. So each of those criteria were weighted and prioritized so that the model would generate a series of properties that were the most appropriate and prioritized for the type of industrial or economic employment-based development that we want to see within the corridor, that we want to make a place for. Results of the study were this. We studied 2,290 parcels, and of those, 112 of the parcels met the minimum criteria for site selection to be modeled. And we ultimately developed, let me go back one slide. This entire corridor, you can see there red and blue and orange properties identified through the corridor. So the red and blue consist of the top 50 with regard to the results of the site selection model. The 3 orange properties are properties that were self-identified and listed on the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina's database. So they are also qualifying properties, they were just not modeled within the site selection model. But you can see that in this case, the majority of the properties that kind of rose to the top with regard to the model.
Please ask the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You may have covered this. Of that, the focal point that you keep showing, that you're showing right now,
Yeah.
where does the city of Greensboro stop?
So the city limits are actually further to the west. This is outside the city limits.
Oh, the whole
The
thing?
entire study area is outside the city limits.
Okay.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the city limits touch the study area right at the I-85 intersection or interchange, but beyond that is really where the city proper is further west.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so it's it was clear in the first model run, we identified top 50 of those parcels that kind of rose to the top and were identified as suitable for economic development purposes. The majority of those are on the western end of this corridor, generally west of the Gallimance Creek. You can see there are about 5 properties at the far southern or eastern end of the corridor adjacent to the mega site property. And a lot of that had to do with the availability of utilities and the opportunity for these properties to access the necessary utilities and other infrastructure that make them suitable for the type of development that we anticipate needing properties to support. So once we identified those top 50 sites, we sent this information to the city. Staff selected 11 catalyst sites, and those are what are identified with the white circles on this graphic. Those catalyst sites became sort of the next level of study and gave us the properties that we needed to do additional investigation into to determine next steps and how they might be most appropriately positioned. With those 11 sites, we developed a planning scenario. These are the properties and how they basically fit together in order to present enough capacity to develop things like advanced manufacturing office parks or corporate headquarters, other types of industry that can be supported as offshoots from the Toyota plant, but also independent developments that contribute to the economic vitality of the corridor. Once we identified these, we started looking at sort of the suitability of different types of uses that would be appropriate for each different location. I will say that the furthest west site, or in this case the one closest to the top, was eliminated because as we were trying to figure out ways that it could be laid out and possible transportation networks for it, it ended up that most of the access for that property, or for that group of properties, was only available through existing low-density residential neighborhoods that didn't have good direct access to higher-level street networks. So the other 3 parcels, 3 groups of parcels, remain in the study area for the next steps and the development of a future land use plan. So that was the next step, is to really kind of take that understanding a little bit further, identify specific land use categories, describe those categories within the plan document, and apply them to the properties that have been identified through the site selection model and by the staff as catalyst sites. The results are shown here. The majority of the property, 70% of the property within the corridor, is still designated for residential use. The majority of that, of course, happens on the eastern end of the corridor. That's what's shown in green here. We're calling that out as rural residential because we anticipate that to continue to develop under county standards and probably on septic for the foreseeable future. Further to the west, in the areas that you see are more multicolored, the yellow is a higher density, more neighborhood scale development of residential. The orange and the brownish color are higher density mixed use types or mixed residential types that could support leasing middle, that could support townhomes and other types of residential products that we anticipate being appropriate to build out this particular area. The corridor does also still support the residential, like I said, down towards the mega site, and we anticipate that growth will occur basically from west to east to allow for planned and deliberate property moving into the city, whether that's through annexation or whether it is just ensuring that the development patterns are consistent and representative of the development patterns that you want to see kind of closer to the city that may become part of the municipal boundaries in the future. So, within this corridor, looking more closely at the western end of the corridor, the things that we wanted to accomplish most readily with this future land use plan and the development pattern that is being presented is to ultimately leverage those economic development opportunities, and in doing so, provide a quality of life that presents this area as a location where people can live, work, and play. And opportunities for connecting green spaces. There are some floodplains within this area. There are several creeks. There are opportunities to enhance the trail network, to also ensure that the housing options that are being identified are ones that can be properly buffered and screened from higher intensity uses. Also ensuring that the necessary infrastructure comes along with this type of development, both the streets as well as water and sewer provisions, improvements to Liberty Road, and my next slide actually looks more at transportation, but improvements to that infrastructure will be necessary in order to support a higher intensity, higher density type of development pattern that we're representing here. But at the end of the day, this is an area that has the opportunity to become somewhat of a town center, but definitely a hub for activities that support things like corporate headquarters and large data centers and advanced manufacturing. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we look at ideas for each of the development sites. The circulation plan, I mentioned that improvements will be necessary to infrastructure such as 421 as well as Liberty Road, the interchange locations and the access points at the ends of those interchanges will definitely need to be improved, whether that's signalization or improved design for transportation network improvements. There are opportunities within this, with this kind of density of development for transit, and initially that would probably be microtransit on demand, but eventually it would move into a more consistent part of your transit system. Also, the ability to utilize and expand on regional trail networks to improve bicycle and pedestrian facilities within the area. So, what we did with the three areas that were the combinations of the catalyst sites, we developed a series of recommendations. They're divided into land use, transportation, and corridor enhancement recommendations. And really what those focus on are just ways to position these properties and to support site selection as people are starting to look at how to develop within this corridor. Definitely the highest priority is to preserve those sites that are identified as the most suitable for economic development support or employment generators. Those need to be preserved for that purpose, and it's going to be important that allocation of capacity for serving those is a high priority. Beyond that, make sure the uses is desirable to ensure that you can have kind of a quality of life and a community that is a live-work type community, and that also helps to reduce the impact on streets and other infrastructure because people aren't having to make long commutes to get to and from work, for instance. There are partnerships in place through through communities and governments, local governments, but also economic development organizations that are definitely going to help in marketing those properties and ensuring that you can accomplish the things that this plan leads you to. Eventually, appropriate residential development to support those employers is going to be important. And also, as those residential developers seek to develop in this location, we encourage you to consider master plan communities or master plan developments as the highest priority. That gives you the ability to really look at long-term development and growth instead of a sort of a single one site at a time type of application. I know that's not always possible, but it's something that we encourage. It allows you to look at the phasing of developments as well as how you can serve those developments, whether that is solely through water and sewer or additional municipal services in the future are part of that package. You get more of an opportunity to evaluate all of the different components of that development if it is master planned. With regard to transportation, we kind of touched on this, improving the sidewalk and bicycle networks, making sure that infrastructure improvements come along with development or perceived development so that you're setting the table for the type of development that you want to see happen, making sure that those improvements are in place to support the new growth, and of course, again, working with partners that all have an interest in the infrastructure of the area. Relative to corridor enhancements, this is a special corridor, and right now it is a pretty rural corridor, but we anticipate that the character of the corridor is going to evolve once it begins to develop more fully. Understanding that is desirable, maintaining a tree-lined corridor, ensuring that there are buffers between the various uses, and also between the more heavily used 421 corridor and uses on either side, considering things like gateways, coordinating design aesthetics with NCDOT and other developers, also looking at building and site criteria and things like dark sky lighting ordinances in order to maintain as much of the character of this corridor as you possibly can. This is just to show that those recommendations are all organized in a way that identifies sort of a short, mid, and long-term implementation proposal. And by long-term, we're only talking about 5+ years. So this is not a long-range plan like a comprehensive plan would be. This is really intended to be something more strategic and more focused.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, and lastly, looking at the prime development sites. There are 3 that are called out here. These are the clusters of catalyst sites that we've talked about as we've gone through this very explaining the land use plan for this corridor. So the first prime development site, A, is the one furthest to the west. It's the largest. B is to the east of it and on the north side of 421. And C is on the south side of 421. We're going to talk about each of those briefly.
Just so you know that I'm paying attention.
Yes, sir.
There's 2 site B's up there and there's site C on the left.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. That is supposed to say site C. You're the first person after, I don't know how many eyes have seen this. Good, Zach. Good eyes. All right.
I have to give a hat tip to my friend Taylor.
Oh, no, Shanty, I figured you'd find that.
No, that should be you.
I know, well, never mind.
Okay, so the key findings with regard to development site A. This is the largest of the 3. It is just under 300 acres in size. It includes 6 of the top 20 sites that were identified through the site selection model. This particular site spans Liberty Road, so it goes between 421 and Liberty, but it also extends north of Liberty Road. We know that there are some concerns at the county level when there are proposals for heavy heavier employment center type uses that expand beyond Liberty Road. So in this case, it's going to be important to have necessary buffers and landscaping to provide some separation between those existing uses or proposed new residential uses along the north of Liberty in those neighborhood areas. But this is a prime location for things like a data center or light assembly. This is an area with this type of land area that can accommodate more intense uses. We anticipate those more intense uses to be more centralized for the center of this 300-acre area, and less intense uses like maybe data centers or corporate headquarters or office buildings to be more to the periphery. Talking about site B, this one is very close to the Woody Mill Road, Liberty Road intersection. This is an area that already has some commercial activity happening in the vicinity. It is 192 acres approximately, 2 of the top 20 sites and 1 of the top 50, and 2 of the sites that are listed on the Economic Development Partnership database are included in what we're considering prime development site B. This one, as I mentioned, is close to the commercial at Woody Mill. It maintains a theme of mixed use from the small area plan for that location. The mixes of uses are a little more intense than what we were anticipated previously, but it does also allow for things like corporate offices, medical uses, and other types of activities that are complementary. Finally, prime development site C. This is on the south side of 421, also at the Woody Mill and 421 interchange. This is the area that we feel like can accommodate more intense uses. It's about 164 acres in size. It includes 2 of the top 20 and 2 of the top 50, so suitable sites from the site selection model. There are fewer adjacent properties that would be impacted by development in this location, so therefore we feel like it can support higher intensity uses. It would be more suitable for things like manufacturing, advanced manufacturing even. It could support services that needed outdoor storage, for instance, but buffers and screening would also be appropriate. The travel plaza, because more traffic is likely to occur on 421, might also be a suitable addition to this particular collection of sites. So ultimately, so my last slide is really just the highlights of what our implementation plan presents, and that is to look at short, medium, and long-term ways of accomplishing bringing these sites to fruition. And short-term is really focusing on preparing those sites for site selection, making sure that utilities and infrastructure is available for the types of desired uses that we're looking at. Midterm is where we're looking more at complementary uses and starting to add in those additional activities. And then long-term is just to monitor continued growth. We anticipate that some of that may happen through annexation. Long-term, basically moving from the west to the east, and then having the opportunity to look at more single-use sites as everything is already more set with regard to the first phase of development. And with that, I will open the floor.
You can over one.
Yeah.
I appreciate the detail. I think the one thing we have to recognize is that we don't have control over any of this land at this point. So, while it's a conceptual plan, there's nothing we can do about it.
You have control over the provision of utilities, and to some degree that gives you some ability to influence how things hit the ground in this location. We have had conversations with the county. Ideally, this could become considered as part of or maybe an appendix to the comprehensive plan that the county is currently working on. We don't know how that's going to go. There's still conversation to be had with regard to how we have to take into account that there's a reality of the toilet plant, and it's going to impact the city, the county, and all of the regional partners. So we need to move forward the considerations of previous plans and infuse new knowledge. We know that things are changing, and we know that plans in the past that identified this area as solely residential really aren't realistic anymore.
Well, and I assume that most of your recommendations were made on the possible availability of water and sewer.
Correct.
And so we have an opportunity this afternoon. We'll have some of our legislators here. I would suggest that they consider an amendment to their annexation policy. And that if we are going to be supplying water and sewer as a regional partner, then we should be able to have some revenue above and beyond the water and sewer that maybe they would consider.
She's talking that way.
Oh, and I was so sworn. Sorry. I was saying that we have our legislators here this afternoon, and one thing that I would like to propose to them is that they consider an amendment to the annexation policy, especially in this type of a situation where we would be the utility provider, and we want to be a regional partner, that we have the ability to annex so that we can get some of that property tax revenue. Would they consider it? Who knows? It might be a hard lift, but I know that they are depending on us to provide water and sewer, and I think that would be a good way for us to receive some revenue. And if that was possible, then we would have more control over this corridor. So that's kind of the double reason for it.
Well, maybe we can have that conversation this afternoon. Mike had to say something about water and sewer. Mike?
Yeah, we're going to transition. I would thank you all very much. I will just say really quickly, this corridor and what you're getting ready to hear about water and sewer certainly exemplifies the fact that not only have you grown, but you are going to grow even more as a result of these great economic development projects. And we've done a really good job of working with the county and stakeholders. We recognize that making suggestions like this can be sensitive, but the reality is this area is going to evolve as a result of what is occurring in the area. Your water and sewer is already present within this area. That is a driver for what's going to occur there, and it is very likely a lot of this is going to be annexed into the city. And so one of the things that has been a priority for you all is to consider how you handle that, because it's not just water and sewer. It's public safety, it's supportive housing, it's trash services, all that good stuff. So that is the intent of demonstrating what in fact could and probably will happen within the area, and that will transition to our next presenters. And we are very fortunate to have some information about the state's investigation of water and sewer today, so that will be part of the presentation.
But hold on a second.
Sure.
What are we going to do with this plan? How are we going to utilize it? Is it just going to sit on a shelf? Like, are we going to proactively, is Marshall going to proactively, or Sue, or whoever, proactively talk to some of these landowners, especially the ones with the key to ABC areas, or is it just going to sit on a shelf? And thanks for having it.
I would hope it would just sit on the shelf. I think much of that is dependent on you all. So the intent of the plan is certainly not a hard and fast development plan, but it is an outline of potentially where you can go. And it gives you all the ability, because if this becomes annexed, or we continue to invest in an area, this gives you some guidelines by which you say, okay, our intention, if you're accepting of this, our intention is to see this area be a supplier site for Toyota. Our intention is to see additional housing. Our intention is to have services in this area that allow it to grow appropriately. So no, I don't think it should sit on a shelf at all.
So what I would recommend would be, and maybe this is a work session or something, or maybe it's just a memo, but like the city manager sends us every 2 weeks, or you send us. How do we take this plan and be proactive. So the mayor's talking about, the ability to annex, and if we had the handcuffs off of us to annex, but that's one avenue. It's probably not likely to happen, but it's worth a conversation. So you run a parallel path of our city staff being proactive, or our real estate department, or whoever, might being proactive on how we can get folks to petition to come into the city in these key areas. To me, that should be the plan of the city. The city council should be the ones going out and asking people to self-petition to join the annex.
Agreed. And I think we can absolutely bring this back. And I hope would be that we could allow this plan to be put out to folks so they can absorb it a little bit. But additionally, remember, Hawaii is county property. I believe we've had an invitation to come present to the county. I'd like to do that as well, out of respect for their authority over land use right now. But I agree with that. Yeah.
So if you were to present with the county, and I'm thinking strategically here, where would we typically present to the county? Downtown. Where should we present that the public can be engaged? What's the park that's down there near Forest Oaks? So if we went to the area and invited property owners to come hear the presentation, that way you might get an interest to say, hey, I would like to self-petition to annex into the city. I want to take advantage of these goods and services. So do it at Forest Oaks. They did a really nice redo. I know Skip has his golf tournament there. You got Hazelstone, which is a tremendous asset to the community. It's right near Toyota. So go where people are and invite them to come hear how we want to be proactive, knowing that we're doing it. Otherwise, if we're just going to wait for people to self-petition to annex, the plan is going to sit on the shelf. I mean, that's just, and I'm not trying to be rude, it's just fact.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that feedback. Our intention is to continue to have that level of engagement and understand the water and sewer will be a driver for like that as well.
Well, and I think one of the main reasons we're doing this study is because we're being approached by developers.
Yes.
Housing and commercial, and they really want to know what our long-term plans are. And so this was kind of the first step of telling them maybe what their expectations would be.
So we've been asked to present this to the county commissioners at their retreat on March 7th.
Where is that?
I will assume
Anybody know?
I don't know yet, but we'll get the details for you. But I think that that's going to be parallel to community. Like Chris said, we're going to release this to the public so they can also, I totally understand what you're saying. Go where the people who are going to be directly impacted where they are.
But other points very well made. I will tell you that we've been interacting with a fair amount of folks already, and we will continue to. But there are a lot of interested parties ready to tap into water and sewer in this area for sure. And the supplier chain, Marvin's here. I would just say that's a real thing. I don't have time today to go into all the details, but all of you know that is a real thing that's happening right now, and it is rapid. And this area certainly supports some of that.
I do think that taking the approach, and perhaps not at the initial presentation to the county commissioners, but subsequently in Forest Oaks, at the park, whatever, I think what we'll find is if we're as transparent as possible early on, that when it comes to the zonings and the being brought into the city and that kind of thing, there's a lot less fear from the residents and current property owners that want to stay. And so while that's an investment, it will pay off down the road once we are in the process of building this out and rezoning, which will help.
I was really struck in the conversation this morning with the mayors. Mayor Jefferson from High Point said a very wise thing. He said, we are all committed to the city looking very different when we are done. And I think this conversation shows that that's going to be true throughout the results of the Toyota project. Let's keep the conversation moving. We'll turn now to Mike Borchers, the Water Resources Director, to tell us about the next step there.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council and visitors and staff. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to first introduce we have one presentation before mine. I'm going to introduce Darren Thomas. He's with Talus Financial Consultants. You may recall we used them to help as far as looking at our utility rate study. So he's going to talk specifically about regionalization initiatives, and then I'll follow up with a more detailed look at water initiatives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's great to be with you. I am, as Mike just said, I'm going to talk a little bit, and I'm not sure how to advance slides right here. Just look at it. Okay. I am going to talk generally about several initiatives. They're all kind of intertwined. They're not mutually exclusive, and they kind of fit in this bucket that we like to call water and sewer regionalization. Before I do that, what I want to do is kind of give you a little bit of some of what the council's going to hear here is not new. You're very aware of a lot of this stuff, but there are some new pieces. But the thing about this that I want to simply share is that I've been an engineer in the utility space for almost 40 years. For 37 of those years, I actually was an advisor to Greensboro Water Resources. I happen to live in this area that you just talked about. And so I simply share that with you because I kind of know a lot about the history of how we got to where we're at, have a fairly decent understanding of the present, and then give you some things to think about when you kind of have to deliberate over all the things that you're dealing with right now as elected officials. So if I advance the slides correctly here. All right, what am I doing wrong? I'm sorry? Yeah. Okay, I got to be persistent. I got my new AD helper there. Thank you, sir. The reason I gave you that little background on myself, and I'm going to talk fast because I know we're kind of tight on time. I think it's important to kind of reflect on the past when it comes to Greensboro Water Resources, because the decisions that have been made in the past obviously have gotten us to where we're at today. And the decisions that you all make as you start looking at this growth, land use, water, wastewater utilities, the decisions you make today or this year or whatever, they're not necessarily going to impact next week, next month, or even next year. They're going to be impacting in the next several decades. And so that is really the tricky thing that we have going on. And so I'm going to try to just give you some things to think about relative to the past, the present, and the future. And I'll simply set it up by talking a little bit about the past. Many of the council members here know this, but the reality is that the Greensboro Water Resources Utility was independent for almost 100 years. Somewhere in the 1960s, the city and the county started to collaborate together, and utilities kind of found their way out into the county. Most of those extensions were really focused on public health, failing well and septic systems, and the city came to the rescue. Thank you very much. I'm one of those people, live in one of those communities. And then, of course, everybody remembers the capacity issues we had in the 1990s. And that really got us thinking about, okay, what are we going to do long term, right? Everybody remembers that. And then, of course, I remember when Costco and Golf Galaxy was a very thriving textile mill. I got here about the time that things started to change. So we all know that we've suffered some really significant structural changes in the economy. So what did that result in? That resulted in this body working with other local governments to form the Piedmont Tribe Regional Water Authority. Thank you very much. Well done. It also really accelerated our need to expand our regional thinking, and we created all kinds of substantive connections with other jurisdictions. And these were mainly water connections here in Burlington, here in Reedsville, here in Winston-Salem, etc. At the same time, the City of Greensboro Water Resources continue working with the county, continue to expand out into the county to solve generally public health concerns relative to failing well and septic systems. And then, of course, this body, working with a lot of other bodies, did a wonderful job of helping kind of reimagine our local economy, and obviously that's gotten us to where we're at today in terms of economic development. So that takes me to the present. Well done, explosive economic development growth.
You wouldn't even be having that land use corridor study, discussion, if it wasn't for the success of this organization, this elected body, and others. But that also created a need to continue to look long-term, taking a very long-term view. Those of us in the water wastewater utility business have always been long-term thinkers, because long-term planning is really key to success. But we just heard a long-term discussion around land use. And this is a discussion around a long-term capacity study, if you will, when it comes to water and wastewater, and where do you run utilities. All of this really has resulted in much more regional collaboration. Love the discussion of the mayors this morning. That was fantastic. They were talking about, listen, we're all in this together. We need to be collaborating all the time. So the present, essentially, the initiatives I want to talk about are those three on the bottom. The utility capacity study. In 2018, it was finished in 2020. Water Resources, commissioned by this elected body, conducted a very comprehensive water and wastewater utility study. I'm going to talk about it very briefly. I think Mike will give more information on it here in just a minute. And then obviously much more increased regional collaboration. We've been doing that in the water wastewater sector for a long time. Just the intensity of those regional connections and collaborations has really, really increased. And then the new thing here is about the North Carolina State regionalization study, which I'm going to talk about a little bit when it comes to water and wastewater. This is something new. And this is really being driven by the fact that the General Assembly knows that Greensboro and others have done wonderful work to get utilities to the mega site. And they also recognize that the explosive growth that's going to come from that, the state has to continue to participate in that. So I want to talk just about the sewer capacity, or the utility capacity study. It's a wonderful report if you like reading engineering stuff. But at the end of the day, I took one page out of that. I actually have 2 pages. The solution for our long-term water capacity, this is just a slide that shows water capacity, you see a map. And the only thing I wanted to do is draw council's attention to that map. Those solutions are they're not next door. We have to reach really far away from where we're at to be able to solve some of our long-term water capacity challenges. Similarly, this is the wastewater side. Again, our solutions are long, they're quite a ways away, they're not right next door. That really requires a very intense focus on regional collaboration and discussion. And the honest truth is, the solutions that are in these faraway places will impact those communities. Obviously, they'll impact us here in Greensboro, but they'll impact the communities in between here and there. And that's the point I was just trying to make with those 2 slides. Mike will talk more about it. For about the last year and a half, I'm working with the Piedmont Tribe Regional Water Authority. Water Resources has been working on collaborating with the other members of the authority and other jurisdictions that aren't even members of the authority to try to identify long-term water wastewater capacity needs. Can we somehow collaborate, work together to solve a bigger challenge? And then I'm getting towards the end here, but I want to share a little bit with council about the regionalization study that is being driven by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. All the council members here recognize that the state's appropriation in the last budget cycle put forth a lot of money. And that appropriation is almost $2 billion for water and wastewater infrastructure around the state. Simultaneously, the General Assembly said, hey, we recognize that may just be the start. We need to understand more succinctly what we can do to support a more regionalized, orchestrated approach to long-term success around economic development that has been created in the corridor that you see highlighted in red. And so a study is currently underway, and that study is going to try to identify optimal scenarios for what a regionalized approach to water and wastewater would look like. I have a couple of heat maps here I want to show you where the allocation of funding has gone at this point. I think it's just the start, in my opinion. It's not over. That is the actual study area, and you recognize that we're up in the upper left here. This is a heat map that shows the allocation of the state budget to water wastewater by county through this last budget cycle. And if you look at the allocation of money, to the study area that I just showed. My guess is when the dust settles and we try to come up with a more robust regional solution, that area is going to have a B behind it, not an M. In other words, the dollars will be more billion related, less million related. And it'll take probably a decade to solve that problem. This last slide simply shows you where the biggest projects were at. That big blob that you're probably wondering about between Randolph and Chatham County is a $75 million allocation to a wastewater treatment plant down in Siler City. So, this study is currently underway. It's not going to be so comprehensive it's going to solve every problem or answer every question. It'll probably result in the creation of more need to study and so forth. But the project was really focused on seeing if the state could not come up with a regional infrastructure plan, identify options for enhanced regionalization, which fits us well because we need a water and wastewater, long-term water and wastewater resource partners, so that's helpful to us, and then consider the long-term economic growth while obviously protecting the environment. So I'm going to give you, my last slide here is to give you something to think about. The period of time and the evolution of the water resources in Greensboro, it kind of went from emerging leadership and what I like to call water partnerships to current demonstrated leadership around water partnerships. Think about it. You went out to Toyota, you spent $150 million of your own money to do it. Everybody ought to recognize that. That is demonstrated leadership. What I would encourage council to consider as you start making decisions for the next decade plus, think about sustained water partnerships. What I show you here are 4 utilities in North Carolina. These are regionalized utilities, massively regionalized utilities that provide water and wastewater. And the numbers there are the communities served are the jurisdictions other than the city. So, for example, Winston-Salem Forsyth Utility is up in the top. They serve 6 other incorporated municipal jurisdictions with retail water and wastewater utility services. The utility is owned and operated by the city of Winston-Salem, make no mistake about it. Charlotte Water, same thing. The utility serves 10 previously incorporated municipal jurisdictions, and the city of Charlotte owns and operates the utility. Same with Raleigh Water. It's great to see the mayor from Raleigh here today. And then a new utility that's emerging down in Chatham County, driven mainly by VinFast and also by the Wolfspeed CAM site. That is a utility that's coming out of the city of Sanford. Currently, there's going to be 4 jurisdictions that are going to be served by Tri-River Water, a utility owned and operated by the city of Sanford. But if you live in Pittsburgh, you're going to get a water and sewer bill from Tri-River Water, and those assets are owned and operated by the city of Sanford. Make sense? So, think about long-term. I'll close with what I said initially. As you deliberate on policy and collaborate with your regional partners, the decisions you're getting ready to make ultimately are going to put you in the leadership around water partnerships from a sustainability standpoint. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Mike.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
With the regional partners here, the first one you said consists of incorporated areas, and then the second one you said previous incorporated.
Well, they are incorporated areas. Like here's an example. Kernersville. The Kernersville, if you get a water and sewer bill in Kernersville, it's coming from Winston-Salem Forsyth Utility Commission. So the city of Winston-Salem owns and operates a utility that provides service to Kernersville.
But Kernersville is still separate.
That's right. Now, yes, almost every one of these utilities also provide water and wastewater utility services to unincorporated areas of the county. We do too. Water Resources does as well. Right? We provide sewer service right now to Pleasant Garden. We provide sewer service right now to Sedalia, I believe. We provide sewer service to Jamestown. And where I live, in the Forest Oaks community, we provide water and wastewater utility services. All of those are, well, where I live, it's unincorporated. So those numbers also include unincorporated areas of respective counties, but they also include other cities and towns. Okay?
Okay. All right. Yeah, that helps because I think the idea is that we got to annex all incorporated areas. And I think we take on too much of a burden when we do that.
Before we switch, can we go back to the map of the investment area? And if you can share, because I'm not good with this, how much of that is in the Jordan Lake watershed? Do you know what the overlay?
So there's two rivers that go in the Jordan Lake. There's the Haw River and the Deep River.
Right.
The Haw River, it applies to us because our wastewater treatment plant ultimately flows into the Haw, which then goes into Lake Jordan. But not Randolph County. When you get into the Deep River Basin, and then you skirt around in Chatham County, actually the Deep River goes Chatham County, Lee County, and eventually finds its way back into the Cape Fear River Basin below Jordan Lake.
Got it.
So primary Guilford County.
Did I get that right, Charles? Charles Archer? Yeah, okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Question.
See if mine comes up next.
By the way, are we getting all these presentations sent to us? Okay.
Yeah, you gotta get the next slide.
I got my computer in the car, so I gotta go run. I got it on my phone.
You know me in spades.
Apologize for the technical difficulties. Mike's going to go ahead and present on the rest of the water and sewer extension or local outside standards part of the presentation. Go ahead, Mike.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'm glad I'm not between you and lunch. So let's do this. And I had a professor one time say, I'm going to run through the swamp so we don't get bogged down in the mud. So I'm going to do my best. But at the end, we'll certainly have questions. We'll be able to take questions and answers. So, as Deputy City Manager Chris Wilson said, I'm going to talk about water and sewers, particularly as it relates to capacity and growth. Real quick, the agenda. So we're going to look at availability and demand. We'll look at some capacity planning and expansions that we're particularly looking at. Based on, as Darren had mentioned before, looking at our capacity study. We'll look at what are we focusing on as it relates to that from a capital project standpoint. Council is very well aware what drives a lot of our budget is our capital improvement programs and projects. Talk about growth, allocation, economic development, and then I'll circle back around as far as that, as Darren and others have mentioned and Dawn with Freese and Nichols, the regional focus that we're seeing and that we're going to be participating in. All right, so here's a real high-level look at. I hope the images are pretty easy for all of us to understand as far as how much capacity do we have, how much is being allocated. Kind of look at it as like a donut. So on the water side, you can see 35 million gallons per day. That's our average demand on our system, not max, but average. Typically, what we see on our system. If you look hydraulically, looking at our interconnects, all of our sources of water, we can get about 65.5 million gallons per day into our system and through our system. So you can see when you do the percentage, about almost 80% is allocated, either being consumed or is allocated. You know, a good example, of course, is Megasite. If you look at it, full build-out, 4.5 million gallons per day. For the Megasite. So close to 80%. Wastewater, 35.5 million gallons per day. We're about, and TZO is rated for 56 million gallons per day. So you can see, almost again, 3/4 of the donut is eaten up. We got about 74%. And council may remember 80%. Remember that 80% number? That's when the state requires us to start doing planning. And remember, 90% has to be online. So it's going to play into what I'm going to show as far as projects. Real high level here, this is from our 2020 capacity study. It is a 50-year look, but it's amazing. Just look, we're in 2024, right? 4 years since that study, a lot has changed, significantly. We certainly took into consideration Megasite, but look at Boom, for instance, and other economic development opportunities that weren't necessarily really looked at in detail. It shows an increasing demand on our water system as well as sewer system in the lower right. But the great thing about that upper left one, look at how, again, with my thanks to council and being strategic, going back to the late 90s, early 2000s. Remember, we have droughts. We did our interconnects. But look at all of our interconnects that are listed there, as well as PTRWA. So, again, as Darren said, thank you and congratulations for all of us planning ahead for the economic development growth that we're seeing. I just want to point to 2027 on there. I don't know if I've got the right one there. I think it's that one right there. So that's when we're planning to expand PTRWA. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but that's why you see a jump off, is because we're planning for the future growth. All right, so capacity expansion. PTRWA, as I just mentioned, right now they can provide about 14.7 million gallons per day. They are planning a project that engineering is going to start this year to expand the plant hydraulically by 12 million gallons per day. We, City of Greensboro, we have a 53% ownership stake. So what does that translate to us? You can see that number right there. Is that between 7 to 8 million gallons per day of finished water treated for all emerging contaminants of concern right now. That's a great part. Will be available to us in all likelihood 2027, as I showed on the previous slide. So, pulling the trigger, making sure we're ahead. We want to always stay, as you know, ahead of that economic development wave. TZ Osborne, we are limited. You know that. I wouldn't say it's our Achilles heel, but it's certainly our great focus on how do we expand wastewater capacity. It's rated for 56. We know we can do a re-rating. We can work. We've got to do some primary clarification improvements, some other things. But we feel very confident we can present a very valid case to DEQ and to the state to say, hey, help re-rate us to 60. That won't get much of that donut back, but it is helpful. All the more reason why a regional approach to wastewater capacity building is critical, and why there, as Darren mentioned, what the state is doing is so important in the recommendations they're going to make. So just continuing on here as we look at these primary, or these projects. So I'm going to jump to, before I get there, I want to talk about economic development. This is blown up in the back, but this is so telling as far as where are we focusing our efforts. We all know mega-site, of course, but as Dawn and others mentioned, the 421 corridor study, that whole area, we'll call it Southern Guilford County, Northern Randolph County, Eastern Randolph County, it's poised for significant growth and development, and for us to be positioned to be able to, as we've heard, to be able to be a partner at the table for that. And the other thing, we're look at the Northeast, we've got development almost everywhere. So Southeast, East, some of you may remember with the dissolution of the city-county sewer extension, water sewer extension agreement, or water sewer agreement, significant amount of money went into Eastern Guilford County, or I'll call it East Greensboro, but it was for Youngsville outfall. And that Youngsville outfall is basically providing sewer all in this area. To the northeast, we've got Camp Burton, Reedy Fork. To this northwest, we've got, remember, airport has 2 campuses. They've got their campus right next to the new runway, that area, but they've got up north of I-73. So we see growth on almost every side of Greensboro, which is great. So continuing to make sure that we are positioned with our resources, our water and sewer, to provide for it. I'll talk a little bit more about here in just a minute.
Mike,
yes.
What is the area in south of Sedona? Is that a map? It kind of looks like a... That thing. What is that?
Yeah, that's Eastern corridor. So it's basically looking at that whole corridor going along I-40. You've seen a huge amount of growth along that corridor. Right. That's what that is.
So that's south of Publix.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, Publix is right there. See that?
Gotcha.
That's Publix. Yes. So that whole area.
So that's Summerfield, where that little jut out, I guess.
Yes. We talk about up in here.
So,
yes.
If we were to be requested, and I haven't talked to anybody, I don't know anything, but if there is an opportunity that somebody wants to build a $2 billion development, then where would that be? Would that be right north of our property?
Yeah, if you look at the airport, this is the airport north. This is their 1,000 acres right there. You see that? That's one where we are doing master planning right now, and we are working with the airport on how would we serve that with water and sewer. Doing that right now. Working with them.
Okay, let's go north of that. And see that area right there?
The area north of the lakes, Mike.
Oh, okay.
From our focus areas.
Yeah, up in here?
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so could we feed, with the expansion at the airport, could we feed water and sewer to the southern part of Summerfield? I'm going to try to be as clear as I can.
Yes. We have already completed a feasibility study for how we would serve a 1.5 million gallon per day allocation to this area. We have already laid out how we would do that. Okay. And we have a preliminary cost associated with that. Thanks. So growth, that's the wonderful thing, is we see growth on almost all sides of Greensboro. And again, my point is for us to continue. I'm so thankful for council to continue to be forward-thinking in how we can be prepared for it. Now, I'm going to talk about major projects. All these projects up here, if you add those all up, about $400 million worth of projects that you see here. Big elements, Liberty Road, sewer improvements, that you see all in here like we talked about. Dawn had mentioned 421 corridor study. Right now, there's a force main that's going to come from Sandy Creek south of Megasite, goes up here, and then it dumps into Big Elements, and Big Elements takes it to Metro Outfall and takes it to the wastewater plant. So you see, it's a daisy chain. But what we're looking at is how can we open this whole area for sewer, gravity sewer. And that's exactly what we're looking at right now. And again, it gives us the opportunity as one of the departments to be positioned so when the city is ready to grow and annex, we're positioned to do that. So that's one. Southeast feeder main, waterline extension. This is right here. 5 distinct projects, all in the southern, southeastern, and eastern part of Greensboro to basically interconnect our water system. It opens up two great economic development sites. You've got, down here, you've got Ritter's Lake, but you also, I'll get to the next slide, there's another economic development site down here as well on Pleasant Garden Road. So 2 significant projects we can go ahead and provide utility service to. Towns and major electrical, so we got to maintain our infrastructure, of course. And then we've got emerging contaminants on both that side as well as Mitchell Water Treatment Plant. I'm sorry, I like to wander around. And then last one, of course, is TZ Osborne. I've already talked about the re-rating, but also looking at what else can we do to maintain the infrastructure there. So a lot of internal infrastructure improvements, but also ED. All right, continuing on. So this is one of my last slides. But important thing here is look at our interconnects and what they allow us to do from a regional perspective. All points of the compass, we have an interconnect with our system. And the other thing I want to mention is our continuing work. We heard council was very clear as far as we have, I'll call it an antiquated or a little bit outdated extension policy. So water sewer extension policy outside the corporate limits. The good news is that we have had basically 2 rounds of comments now. We finished the second round, and we are getting prepared, probably in a work session, to come back to council and recommend to you some significant changes to the extension policy, including, we heard very clearly in the small group sessions about where's the skin in the game. So we heard that, and you will see that reflected in the policy that we bring to you in March. Also, the other thing about regional, we talk about regional wastewater capacity building. You remember last year, PTRWA put together an exploratory group, and that group was really around who is interested in potentially building regional capacity and how much would you potentially need. And so High Point Spend has shown interest. Greensboro, of course, we show interest as far as building our capacity. Asheboro has shown interest. Randolph County, of course, has shown interest. Randleman is showing interest. So all of these regional stakeholders are showing interest in potentially looking at this. In the state study that Darren mentioned to you, that, again, is going to, in all likelihood, point back to the regional collaboration and potentially one option to build that capacity through PTRWA. Last thing, I think that's the last of my, no, I have one more.
So it's Marcus. How do you get, what's our strategy? Maybe it's an inappropriate question, but I'm asking anyway. How do you get it from showing interest to making it happen? Because we all know, based on the 421 study and the other studies we have, with Toyota's growth, with, quite frankly, VinFast, right down the street, the other company that used to be the technology company, Worksession. Our time is now. So, to your point earlier, we're making decisions for decades. We don't have a whole lot of time to be just showing interest.
I agree.
So how do we get that across?
I think part of it is leveraging what the state has to touch. The state's April 1st, I believe, is the deadline. Is that right, Darren?
The first deliverable will come out April 1st, it's not going to be a 500-page report because I didn't have enough time. That will be a really good document to start pointing the direction for what makes the most sense from a regional standpoint. And the value of that then at the state level would be, okay, you're talking about a lot of money.
Right.
And can all these local governments absorb that? And the answer is not much. So we got to look to the state for some support.
So we do have a significant line in our legislative agenda for infrastructure for
Absolutely. So you, as the manager, when y'all have the development meetings, the concerns that I get, and we talk about the residual suppliers that may supply to Toyota, the housing, every concern I have is not water. It's sewer. And what are we doing to get that? And I think if we don't get that done faster and thoughtfully, we're going to miss out on a lot of opportunity.
Let me just jump in real quick. I appreciate that. I truly do, because you're correct. We don't have a lot of time. These projects take years to map out. To the point, there has to be some mutual benefit, quite frankly. The state's information is great, and it certainly encourages everyone to play in the same sandbox. But the reality is there has to be mutual benefit, which means not only are we assisting them, they assist us, and everybody comes out in a win-win situation. And as you know from working with other municipalities, sometimes the devil's in the details, but we've had some very encouraging discussions as recent as last month with regard to how to get there. So we are actively pursuing that.
Well, isn't that something, so I don't see our legislators here yet, so we can talk about them. I mean, isn't that our biggest ask of them? Because if they do it collectively with y'all's report, it gets done. Or should get done. So I think as a city council, that's what, when we're talking to our legislators this afternoon, that is a humongous deal.
I completely agree. I think that is if you're asking me what do I spend most of my time doing, it's looking at how can we stay ahead of economic development, how can we build capacity, and as you mentioned, look at it from a regional perspective. That's what I do. But I completely agree. I think what we need, because of the amount of money, like Aaron said, we want to build a 35 million gallon per day wastewater treatment plant down here somewhere in Randolph County and have an interceptor go down. That's what we want. I mean, you're talking $750 million in all likelihood. And it's advanced treatment. But the great thing about that is that with a state-of-the-art plant, you take a lot of straws out of Deep River. A lot of straws come out. And that, I think, is what is attractive to DEQ. I know that's attractive to DEQ. But it's money. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but the leadership, and the mayor probably knows better than the rest of us, the leadership at Randolph County is in place today. We can't wait for the leadership to change. So let's keep going.
So, Zach, to your point about that town above us,
That area?
that area, so that purple is what is budgeted.
Correct.
Could be budgeted for north of the lakes, which would be more than just that property. Because once you go to that property, there are going to be others who expect water and sewer as well.
We have close to that. Chris, you remember, was it $28 million? I believe $28 million for water and sewer, $1.5 million.
We got plenty of that.
We got legislators coming.
That are probably going to vote on that.
But I love this map, and Mayor points this out a lot as far as looking at, again, we're not neglecting, the city, center part of the city, of course. We've got a lot of infill we need to focus on. Airport, of course, we all know those projects over there. These are all, this is all up to date. This is explosive. We talk about Toyota being transformational. I think we'd all agree the area north of the lakes is transformation as well for the city of Greensboro. and then, of course, eastern area, and then Legacy. Circle it all back around. It's a great opportunity for us to continue. I love what the mayor said. We have been regional. We are working regional. It's just continuing with that momentum and looking for opportunities for us to continue to engage with our stakeholders. And with that, I'll pull Darren up here, and in case you've got any questions. That way I'm not on myself.
Any questions for Mike or Darren? Well, I just want to say thank you. I know we've been waiting for this for a long time to make some decisions. I know that we need to modify our extension policy and make it crystal clear what people can expect. So I know you said we have an upcoming work session, sooner the better. And then I agree, it's time that we need to get out to that area of the county that, we're looking at other people's development. We need to make sure that there's buy-in there.
I think that's a great suggestion. We did that with the Western Area Plan. Many of you remember GTC's in Northwest Kansas. We did exactly that there. We had community meetings, and we got their input on that Western Area Plan. So I think that's a great suggestion.
All right, well, I guess you covered everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah. Good job.
Well, good news. We got a little bit behind schedule, and now we are actually ahead of schedule. So if everybody's cool, why don't we press on? Good. We'll keep going. Our next couple of presentations are about being the most connected city. Our first presenter, I hope you all know Sean Studs. He's the president of Toyota Battery Manufacturing in North Carolina. Completely responsible for constructing the site and launching the business. $13.9 billion investment, thousands of employees in the region, ultimately 14 production lines once up and running. And it just, as if that weren't enough, he's a really impressive guy, even apart from that. 8 years in the Army, MBA from Auburn, and a cool guy.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
How's everybody doing today?
Great.
I just sat in maybe on the tail end of the previous conversation to the speaker who just did that marvelous presentation. Thank you so much. I learned a ton just in a short period of time. And I know you guys have done a lot of strategy and planning meetings today. So kudos to the leadership and everyone in this room for looking ahead and trying to do things better for this region. So kudos. And thank you so much for the invite. When we start a presentation, typically in our business, we always start with a commitment. And our slogan and our plan is we will take charge to create the change. As you all know, we think we're at the tip of the spear as it relates to electrification in North America. We are the first and only Toyota battery plant in the history of our company. It's the largest investment in the history of our company globally, and it's happening right here in North Carolina. And we're going to have 5,000 team members here, and happy families, and long careers. And before I get into this, and I promise I'm going to finish on time, I promise you that. Just to give you a little bit about my background, I started at Toyota 26 years ago as a new hire on the shop floor, on the production floor. And been very, very fortunate in my career to have done many, many different jobs for this great company all across the country. But this North Carolina role for me is the most exciting because my mom was originally from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Yeah. So I've got this North Carolina thing in my blood, so I'm just saying. But I'm very, very happy and honored that you all invited me to be here today. I just want to spend a couple of minutes to share with you all that the other thing that I really take great joy in working for this company is we always try to have a very strong connection to the community. That's a big deal for us. It actually gets our team members more motivated in building cars, trucks, batteries, their connection to the community. And they're always asking me, hey, Sean, what are we doing out there? What can we share with our family that we're doing in the community? Just to give you that example. I'm going to try to get through this with the pointer here. We'll see what happens. Oh, that works. Pretty cool. All right, so let me go ahead and get started on our public and private partnership and some of the lessons that we've learned in other communities, you know, and we're starting this one. So, do I just say next slide or is it this?
Try it. It's the up and down arrows.
Oh, it's working. How cool is that? It's the little things for me. If we haven't noticed, it's working. All right, look, I'll get through these slides, and I've got some pretty cool videos to show you as well. But we try to share good ideas with everyone that will share ideas with us. We always are looking for a better way. We have this word called Kaizen. You know, it's called continuous improvement, so we're always looking for a better way. So we're always trying to tap into great things, innovative thinkers, urban planners, and things like that, because although we're going to hire 5,000 people, those 5,000 team members have to go home, they have to travel to work, they have to get health care in the community, they have to get food and services and things of that nature wherever they go. So we also not only want to build the best batteries on the globe, but we also want to make sure we're taking care of their needs and their mobility solutions to get around. But just not our team members, but also the community members at large. That's the new Prius, by the way, if you didn't know that. The power to collaborate, you know, by combining the knowledge that we have. Another thing that we really take pride in is if there's a problem in the community, we believe the Toyota production system can help with that. So we've gone into hospitals and improved their emergency room rates by 50%, as an example. We've gone to a lot of different businesses around the community and helped them share our knowledge and wisdom to make their processes more operational, if that makes sense to you all. So it's a partnership, and from the first day I've been here to now, I see a lot of people in this room that I feel like I can call on in a heartbeat, and they're a partner, which means a lot to us. So I want to talk to you about, you know, we've been in this North America area for many years. And this is not a sales pitch, I'm just giving you facts that we, for the 12th year in a row, we're the #1 retail brand for automotive for 12 years in a row. It's a humbling thing to say because the taller you get, you should have a deeper bow. So we appreciate, you know, all the customers and everything that have given us those kind of accolades. But at the end of the day, it's all about the communities in which we serve and the team members. So I just want to share a couple of case studies with you, and hopefully you can take some of this information and say, we could potentially do that here. Why not us? And why not the future? So I hope the sound plays here, but I'm going to go ahead and try it. Here's the first case study. This project, and I was in Dallas before I came here. I spent 2 years in the Dallas area, and we created this rideshare program for areas in the community, particularly West Dallas, South Dallas area, where folks really needed some transportation to get back and forth, to be perfectly honest with you. So we partnered with them, and I wanted to show you this video.
Certain mobility, smaller vehicles on demand so they can come into neighborhoods as people need them. We go all the way to Union Station, which is downtown. So we go as far as to the track.
Part is a guiding partner of Toyota. We're working together to fund this and integrate
stand on.
Their names and grades are on there, so you can almost be like, oh, I did that, that's my work. Every time I drive by.
This is what houses on the little town, on the map, filled with a bunch of people, the characters. I love it. It's a good area. We get alert from passengers who recognize most of our packages, our regulars.
Maybe even within this community, so they're known by people that are looking to access the service.
And then what your neighbors are going to do is your neighbors. This is a bad day. I can have a couple times a little smile, a little laugh. And you can always convene, sometimes. And that's the most important part.
I never imagined I could do this for a company like Toyota that cares so much about the communities it's invested in.
A lot of them say, listen to the neighborhood. They kind of back, serving people in the way that our community, whether they know or not. I love just listening on me. How do you feel long term this will change the quality of life for a family that has lived in a way isolated or not the opportunity or access, whether it be the food pantry or to medical care or to education?
I think it is unchanging. Having that access and the freedom of movement is really the level of service that really should be here and available to anyone who needs to get anywhere.
So that's one example, one very quick example. Yes, sir.
Sure. That guy's a cool dude too.
Yes, sir.
Y'all did that in Dallas?
Yeah. What's Dallas?
You're here now.
Oh, yeah.
So you can do that here.
Amen. It's coming.
You don't get it once you have it.
Well, let me explain to you a little bit about the background of this project. What we're trying to also do in the community is eliminate the no. I can't. For example, I can't get there. I can't get to work. I can't get to the store. I can't get to my healthcare place. I just can't get there. I just don't have. You hear all these questions. I can't. I know. We're trying to eliminate that. These electric vehicles that you see that are taking them back and forth, we've got several of those in West Dallas now, and it's call on demand. It's not necessarily a route because your needs are different than your needs are different than your needs. You get it, right? So it's more of an on-demand call so we can address your need immediately to eliminate the no. Now, obviously, we can't take care of a population of Dallas of 1.2 million people, so we concentrated on a particular population that is in most need. And that's where we started. And that's how that process works. It's still going today. And why not here? The reason I'm here is like, why not here? Right? So I just wanted to share that with you. I am confident that if you're at your home and you need to get somewhere quickly and you don't have a service like this, would be really cool to have in the area. And then there's another program that we start together in Motion in Indiana. It's another mobility solution with a little twist to it, a little different than what I just shared with you today. The other one, and I'd like to also share this video. This one pops up here. Oh, similar to that one, but I think we're going to do Woven City. Woven City, Indiana. Okay, all right. But the one in Indiana is very similar, but on this one, it's more of transforming how we deliver goods and services for businesses. So the first one was about how we move people back and forth. The second video is how we move things to get businesses help and support, more of an autonomous vehicle thing. So maybe later we can share that video with you. But this next one we're really excited about because you can hear a lot of people come up and talk. They talk about all these grandiose ideas and they're doing all these great things, but they're never walking. They're never moving and doing anything. So we're in the walking business. And I'll tell you this story about the Golden City. I don't know how many have ever been to Japan. Anybody here been to Japan? Yes, sir. Yep. So since it's the afternoon, I'm going to say page off to you. But we have an area where Mount Fuji is located. A lot of you may have heard of Mount Fuji. It's one of the largest mountains in the world. We've got about 50 acres right at the base of Mount Fuji. And we're developing this woven city. And I'm not going to steal the thunder of the video, but know this. are testing and piloting through a few city blocks. We're building on our own how people move, how do you move from your house to house, your business, your job, how do you get back and forth, what kind of technology do you need for the future. We're actually building that today. I was just in Japan 3 weeks ago, and it's actually making progress. We're going to take this model and see how we can produce better cars and trucks and mobility solutions. But we also hope cities like Greensboro can look at some things that we're doing here and say, why not us? Okay? I'll share this video with you real quick.
So, let me quickly take you through our thinking as we designed the master plan with Akio and his team. So basically today, the typical street is a mess, with everything and nothing everywhere. So we started by splitting the typical street into 3 separate forms of mobility. The first type is fast transportation, and every vehicle is autonomous with 0 emissions, and street trees create necessary distinction between people and vehicles. The second type would be an urban promenade shared by pedestrians and slow personal mobility. And the final type of street will be a linear park with paths for pedestrians only. So imagine walking from one part of town to the other, moving only through a park. So these 3 types of streets will then weave together into a broken grid of 3 by 3 city blocks, each framing a local park or courtyard. This not only creates a more serene living environment, but also provides a wide variety of intersections between various kinds of users, between humans and animals and vehicles and even robots. And this also helps accelerate Toyota's testing of autonomy and smart city infrastructure. So this is one of the city's typical blocks. The roofs are clad in photovoltaic tiles to power the city. All of the buildings are made primarily out of carbon neutral wood, and they combine the traditional craft of Japanese wood joinery with new robotic production methods. In a way, we can preserve and evolve the old traditions through new technology. And each block is home to a mix of spaces for living and working and playing. Below ground, we find the entire infrastructure of the city, including its hydrogen power storage and water filtration systems. A network for the autonomous delivery of goods also takes place underground and connects directly to the buildings above. Homes in the local city will serve as test sites for new technology, such as in-home robotics to assist daily life. So these smart homes will take advantage of full connectivity using sensor-based AI to do things automatically, like restocking your fridge, or taking out your trash, or even taking care of how healthy you are. And of course, the best part is that these homes will have spectacular views of Mount Fuji. So if we go back on the ground, a major piece of the puzzle in the whole city is the Toyota e-Palette, an autonomous vehicle that will serve for shared transportation and mobile retail.
I'm working on having 3 of
It's
those.
also going to create delivery
to transport
for research and development labs, which lies above the central plaza. And the e-Palette will also help create flexible programming in the central plaza, making the plaza the rebirth of the marketplace, the town square, or even the fairground. So in an age when technology, social media, and online retailing is replacing and eliminating our natural meeting places, the local city will explore ways to stimulate human interaction in the urban space. After all, human connectivity is the kind of connectivity that triggers well-being and happiness, productivity, and innovation. So here you have it, nested at the base of Mount Fuji, the Toyota Golden City. Thank you.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What do you think?
Why not us?
Why not?
And, to some extent, we also have a great partner today. They did the autonomous vehicle around.
Absolutely. We partnered with them.
Absolutely.
We gave them some money. We partnered with Ali. I don't know if you've met him. At E&T. Actually, we're going to submit something this year for an international award for that one.
I love it.
And they've got their food delivery.
I saw that when I was on campus. It's amazing.
Yeah, so
But I love the fact that the Jetsons. You don't know the Jetsons. But we're there. We're actually there. And I'll stress again that we're actually building this city now. It's like steel's going up the whole time. So I'll keep you posted on how that progress works. But I hope it maybe lit a light bulb in your head that why not us? It may not be full hydrogen power that's coming from the ground, but the e-pallet concept. I will tell you, the young folks that I talk to on why they stay places, it's the downtown areas are hip, new, modern, fresh. They've got things to do. It takes them places that they've never gone before. The thing that I wrote down on the slide that I saw earlier, it said purpose-driven, people-centered, and data-informed. I think that's your mantra, your vision and mission. Yeah, that's what people are looking for to stay, right? So it's very important for us, if we bring 5,000 here, that we want them to stay. We want them to be North Carolina residents for the rest of their lives. So that's just a snapshot of what's possible and what we're trying to do to advance mobility solutions across the country and the world. So what's next for us? You know, I've made this statement a few times. You've heard me say it. But we've got to transition from tourist town to tech town to survive, to be perfectly honest with you. We just can't be throwing up basketballs all the time, right?
That's right.
Because they'll move on you if you're not careful. And autonomous vehicle development is going to be big for us. I will tell you from a Toyota perspective, because I get this question asked all the time about electrification. You all may know that we have a portfolio approach. We believe that the customer believes that they still want a hybrid battery, a plug-in hybrid, a regular engine, and an all-electric vehicle. They want all of those things. They just don't want one. So that's what we work on. This plant that we're building right outside your back door, it's going to produce hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and all-electric. So we're going to satisfy that customer need. But we're also going to look at the autonomous vehicle development. And like I mentioned to you on site, we're trying to have 3 e-pallets that will take people around. That's an autonomous vehicle powered by electricity. So we're really excited about that. And as I started, I will end with the collaboration and the partnership. You've got a partner in Toyota, and I hope we've proven that since we've been here. We're just scratching the surface. I'll give you an example. We've hired about 700 people to date, and we've got to hire another 4,000 plus. But I'll also tell you this. A lot of people may not stand in front of you and say this, but I'm going to tell you. We have had 0 hiring problems. 0. 0. So I'm not coming to you today going, man, I wish we could hire some people, man. I can't get anybody to apply. Nah. We've had 0 hiring problems. So I just wanted to give you that good news as I close. And I'd like to open it up for any questions that you may have for me about anything, Toyota or anything that we're trying to do.
I'll just say, I wrote many notes down.
Yes.
Thank you for being here today. Thank y'all for making the decision to
Absolutely.
locate in our area. I certainly, collaboration and partnerships. One of the things, I don't know how many council folks know, that Toyota did was they had folks go through the Forge, Greensboro. I know the council supports the Forge. And seeing Toyota and all the shirts, the young folks there, how they described what they were doing, the hands-on approach. And so I just thank you for that. And I do, whether it's you or somebody else, I am all for, I think autonomous vehicles are the future. And I would love to take that little pilot program we did with A&T and make it bigger and better. A&T to downtown, to UNC, to QTG, to Revolution Mills, and maybe one day in the future have autonomous vehicles connect to your campus in Randolph County.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'll tell you, there's a gentleman back there that's been to Japan, but I'll just tell you, if you ever get a chance to go, it's an amazing country. The thing that makes it really, really special is their advanced transportation systems. system and everything, it's on time to the second. I'm not talking about you standing there and like to the second it's on time, and if you're not there on time, it's gone. But you know, they got bullet trains that go about 200 miles an hour, get you places back and forth very quickly. I only say that to tell you that the infrastructure and the change points that they thought about 25 years ago have come to fruition now. So it takes a little time, but why not start now kind of thing. So I'm very open to any partnership like that every day, because our students love it, our team members love it, and the community will love it as well. Any other questions for me?
I just have a general statement.
Yes, sir.
You know, tying together the conversations that we've had already this morning with what you brought here, this is just phenomenal. We've been telling everyone that this is going to be that pebble in the water that creates the ripples. This is a tremendous ripple. It's also going to put a strain on making sure that we have the infrastructure, the water that we just heard about from Mike Gorgeous. And that's going to be across the community, across the city. And I'm just excited about the economic development that when the folks see cool people like you and cool things like Toyota come into town, they're going to want to be a part of that. Our downtown's going to thrive even more, and all of our communities are. It's going to be a rising tide lifting all the boats, and I'm just excited about the energy and the passion that you're bringing in, connecting to the community.
I appreciate
It's going to mean for the city of Greensboro.
I'll tell you, when I do this, when I'm not in North Carolina, they ask me one of the things I like about the infrastructure, and I'll tell you very quickly, I always tell the story. You can literally get anywhere around here in 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. I mean, it's crazy. And, you know, when we get people that come from different parts of the country, one of the things they always brag about this area on is your ability to get around quickly. That's one of the first things they say. So whoever thought about the highway structure and everything back in the day and all that stuff, kudos to you, because you can literally get around this region pretty good. That's not a bottleneck for us right now, I'll tell you that.
So, may I ask you, I like the first part of the video, the thing you did in Dallas.
Yes.
I hear what you're saying about get around quickly, but if you talk to our folk who ride our transit system,
Different story.
they would disagree.
Different story.
They don't get around quickly.
Right.
There are jobs that we are not going to be able to get to unless we can provide just what you showed initially in the beginning. And I just looked at our transportation system, hoping to stick around to hear them, to say we need those kind of vehicles to do the micro transit.
I got you.
To be able to get to work. Because right now the struggle is getting to the mega site, getting to the airport. For those individuals who live in areas who need to be lifted and have that opportunity to work that job, even our youth. So that's part.
We've got a model. Let's talk about how to do it here.
Right, that's what we need to work.
Let's talk about how we can make something like that happen.
Yeah, I'd like to explore that, really,
Okay.
truly.
Yep.
So thank you for
What
that.
distances does that system
It's,
carry people to?
Let me try to put it in perspective.
10 miles, or, you know, or is
West
there other
Dallas.
limitations?
West Dallas is probably maybe a 10 by 10 mile.
And if they wanted to go 10 miles to get to Whole Foods or Trader
Yeah, I
Joe's,
think I'm trying to remember in my head. I think it's like a 10 mile by 10 mile.
that would get you to everything.
So that would
you
get
really
you
need.
Somewhere in that range. Because the vehicles that we have are limited, like they can't take you to Raleigh.
10 miles
or
and
anything like
No,
that.
not looking for it. No.
So if I can quickly say that I'm ready to speak more to this. We've had conversation with Dallas here, Rapid Transit. We spoke to them about 2 months ago. About 2 months ago. But we also know that Toyota folks we're talking about how do we do this for East Greensboro, because East Greensboro is West Dallas in terms of the demographics and the income and all of that. So Reggie can speak to that better because he's been having a conversation with Toyota and also Dallas, but we just don't know how that's going to happen at some point. But I think it's a partnership between Toyota and Dallas area Rapid Transit in terms of how they fund it, so residents don't pay for it. And so it's free service, and they're able to use it to go to grocery stores, to get to work, to get to doctors, medical services.
It's an economic booster for us too, and
Okay.
we've got to be able to move that needle after all these years of discussion. And we're making it slow, so.
Okay, I understand.
Landfill deserts, healthcare deserts.
Well, I hope all the members in here may have our contact information or whatever we need to do after this meeting to get some things moving. I'm all in.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for committing with me to
Yeah, I
our
appreciate
area.
you guys. Yep, thanks for having me.
Well, I told you he was a cool guy, but how cool are those projects? Oh my gosh, why not us? Let's bring up our transit team. Reggie Mason to talk about Gilboro 2045, the future of public transit in Greensboro. I know after seeing that, we're all going to have lots of questions and issues.
It's hard to follow that. But I will say this, what you just said, why not us? Why not us? Before I go into the presentation, most of you have seen this presentation before, but I want to give you a quote, something that I saw and heard and it kind of stuck with me. And it stuck with me because when I heard the quote, I thought about East Greensboro and other places within Greensboro that we consider transit deserts. So the quote is, access to transportation is the single most important factor in an individual's ability to escape poverty.
That's right.
So to me, how can I help an individual escape poverty? And that's through public transportation. And we've talked to you, council members, and Madam Mayor, we've talked to you about go, and things we need to do for our 2040 plan. But hearing and seeing the Toyota presentation, what can we do now? How can we move people to get them access to jobs, to health care, to connect communities? So the majority of this presentation you've already seen, but I'm just going to skip to a few slides to go over them with you again so you'll see and let you know that we have met with our regional partners with Scott Ryder Park, the county manager, the assistant county manager, and the city manager of High Court. And through those conversations, we realized that, hey, we've not only done this study for Greensboro, but we need to look at also doing a regional study. How to connect all of Guilford County. How do we work together to make that happen? We've started something with Gilboro. Now we're waking folks up outside of Greensboro that they know, hey, there's a need for some form of transportation for everyone. So like I said, I'm just going to skip through. You've seen this slide. This is our existing network. And this network does nothing for us really. This is still the same hub and spoke system we've had for the last almost 100 years.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's time for a change. Again, I'm going to still tell you on the presentation, why not us? It is time for a change. Next slide, you've seen the ridership concept with the 15-minute frequency, the 30-minute frequency, the 60-minute frequency. You all seen that. You've seen the coverage concept, and we had the conversation where we went through and with through council's advisement, we came out and did what we call a 70-30 concept, where 70% ridership, 30% coverage. And I'll go to that particular slide. This is the draft plan that we came up with, the 70-30 concept. As you can see, the frequency of service, the 15-minute service is in the red, the 30-minute service is in the blue, and the 60-minute service is in the green. Also, you'll see here, 101, 102, 103. These are areas that we've talked about doing microtransit. And we've also, in conversation with the county, We're looking at microtransit for this area also, which is not on the map. High Point has a definite need for some form of transportation. And we've been in talks to figure out how to do that, especially with GTCC out there on the west side of town and having folks connect from there to GTCC on the east side. In Jamestown on the east side, and also at Colfax over here, GTC Colfax over here. So there's definitely a need, and a lot of these folks in this area here have no form of public transportation and cannot get to jobs, hospitals, and other appointments. So we've been in talks with folks and how to, like again, think of things from not only a Greensboro perspective, but a regional perspective. We need to grow public transit in our city. And we're doing that come March 3rd. For you all, it'll be March 4th, but March 3rd, when we have our first crosstown route goes in service. About time, huh? It's about time. Now think about the time it was built and being over to East Greensboro and having that connectivity to the Route 1, the new Route 1. Having that connectivity to the new Route 1 and getting those folks from the east side to the west side, to the jobs, to retail, to hospitals and doctor's appointments, and get out of that food desert that we have. There's a lot of opportunity there with the collaboration with the San Antonio, a public-private partnership. And when I look at this map also, when I think about the map, we're also talking about doing another crosstown route going north-south, which is needed. We need two, not just one, we need two. And provide that connectivity for folks going north-south, east-west. And when I look at the map and when I go back to the other map, and I look at these areas here, that microtransit could be a boom for us. Those are the areas that folks right now currently do not have any form of transportation, but we can get them to a bus line through microtransit. And also extending microtransit out further south down 421 to, of course, the Toledo Romantic side. Giving folks opportunities to get access to those jobs. So like I said, they can get out of poverty, escape poverty, and we can do that by providing them good transportation service. We've talked about the sales tax. That's something that we'd have to do in the collaboration with our regional partners. To have that sales tax. We've had initial meetings, like I said, with Park, the county manager, city manager of High Point. Our next round of meetings will be with the county supervisors, commissioners, and the park board and the High Point mayor. It's important that we all talk together and speak in the same language to move public transit along, not only in Greensboro, but also in the region. That's very, very important. And we're also going to get our NPOs involved to ensure that we're all talking the same language. I had a conversation yesterday with the FTA regional administrator for our region, Region 4, and we talked about the Go Boroughs plan and things that we're trying to do. And she said to me, one of the things she said to me was, you all need to come together as a region to make things happen. I can't tell you how to do it, but this is what my advice to you. Because a lot of cities, not just here in the Greensboro, in the Triad area, but you have other cities that have several different NPOs, and they can't come together and work things out for the good of all. And for me, public transit is not only a Greensboro thing, it's a regional thing, it's a good for all, because we need to give folks access to jobs. Bring in more economic development. Just like Mr. Suggs said, Toyota's down on 421. He's bringing in 5,000 people to the area for jobs. We got to give them a reason to stay here, and one of those reasons is good public transportation. Because I know my son's 26 years old, he doesn't want to drive his car. He likes public transportation. So I know folks in his age range age where they want to ride public transportation. So we have to figure out how can we change public transit not only for Greensboro, but for our region. And any questions?
Just how do we get it done?
How do we get it done? We get it done working closely with council and our regional partners to ensure we have funding to get it done. It's going to take money to do this. It's going to take investment in our transportation system to make it happen. And if the investment's not there, we're going to still be 100 years back where we started GPA. We'll do energy back then. So we need to have the funding to get us to the next level. Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Mason, you know I always talk about parks. In my authority for regional transportation, I'm the chair of PART. I believe that there can be those collaborations to make all this worthwhile for everyone. I think, as you and many of us will know, in the past people were working in silos, and that's just the way it was. This is my territory, and that's your territory. You know, Mrs. Hightower serves with me on the park board, and we talk a lot about regional. Which brings up a point to me, because I know there have been some discussions with Publix and Toyota from Park about, because, you know, we have successful van pools already.
Yes.
And I want to make sure that we can collaborate and make all of that even, you know, I know things are going to need to evolve and change, but, you know, we have van pools that go to Gildan, Industries of the Blind, so many of the companies in the area, which during the pandemic, of course, that kind of got hurt. You know, people weren't going to work. But what do you see as what we can do to help that collaboration and make sure that the people that need to get to work, especially from the east, get to work, and we can all do that together?
And see, you just listed the silos.
Right.
So, in a couple of meetings I've had with folks at Park, they brought up the van pool. I think the van pool is a great program. However, there's a however. However, what about those folks who don't have transportation to get to that van pool?
Right. And I realize
that's where we come in.
Right.
To get them to those van pools. You can have 1 million vans out there, but if I have one individual that cannot get to that van, it doesn't serve the purpose.
It's no good.
It's no good.
Exactly.
So, yes, we have to eliminate the silos.
Right.
And once the silos go away, I think this region will grow exponentially with good transportation. And I'm glad Toyota, our friends at Toyota in the room, and they can help us with that. You know, doing public-private partnerships. I know I've been talking to the city manager about this for a while. Elm Street. We still have the trolleys running on Elm Street. In my eyes, Elm Street is the perfect street for an autonomous vehicle going around to Revolutionville and back down Elm Street. Going up by Cone Hospital, having to stop there and going around to Revolutionville. I mean, that's something that we're looking at right now. I mean, the trolleys that we have right now out there are very old. You can't continue putting the trolleys out there on the street. So I'm looking at alternatives to do some form of other public transportation on Elm Street. I mean, I was talking to Hannah earlier. I mean, I don't know how many of you have been to Denver, Colorado. Denver has a 16th Street Mall where it's walkable and only mass transit. Why couldn't we do the same thing here on Elm Street to get these young folks to stay here in Greensboro, to want to work, stay, and spend their money so we can tax dollars for the city?
Right. I agree 100%.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
I know something about that now.
I know you do. And my marketing person to reach out to your folks at DGI so we can do a survey on the trolley service, not only with the businesses, but with our riders. How effective it is? Do they still want it? Should we look at some other form of transportation like autonomous vehicles on the street?
I'm all for autonomous vehicles.
So do we need a transportation bond in 26?
Yes.
How much?
Hannah's behind me. Yes, as much as you can get. of that coming to the GTA to help us put out more frequent service, to help us do microtransit, to do all these fun things to get folks to jobs, to connect the communities. And some of that, let me go to this slide. This one slide, let's see if I can find it. This slide here at the bottom. If you look at, this is how the money will be divided up. City of Greensboro, our service would increase 120 to 120%. Parts service would increase 80 to 100%. High Point service would increase 150 to 170%. And then Guilford County service would increase 160 to 190% if the sales tax passed. Well, when it happens, well, first you got to get on the ballot. Get everyone to agree to get it on the ballot. And then this is what type of service we may put out on the street, which is very important. But for me, right now, it's key for me to work with those regional partners to figure out how we come together and work what we have right now. Because our system is broken. High Point is begging for help with transit services. Guilford County needs help with that human services. But I'm also saying not only human services, what about other folks in your county, in the county that don't need human services? How do we provide them sufficient public transportation? And of course, we have Park that needs to be in the conversation. Park has a bus route that goes right down Safari past the exit for Publix. Why not deviate in Publix?
Well, I've been asking that for the past.
So that's where we, as the GTA, comes in. How can we help? What can we do? And for me, microtransit is a start, and as ridership grows, then we add fixed ride buses. But it takes funding to do that. So, any other questions?
So, and you said how much that you think you would need in a bond? So as much as you can get. But if you were to get money annually,
Yes, ma'am.
what would that look like more? I know you get it now, but it's not enough.
It's not
It's money in the deficit. There's no question.
No, it's not.
You're always behind the eight ball. David. But let's think about that. What would it be annually? Because if that's something in my head, I think because if the sales tax doesn't pass, because sometimes sales taxes don't pass, we got to have an alternative.
Yes.
Well, if we're going to do a food tax, then maybe we can say a portion of that food tax can go to transportation.
And that's
Especially if you're getting 88 million, but you can't. Think you can. Because if we can set aside. That's why I'm going to have more conversation with the mayor of Rock. Right, April? So we need to look at alternatives.
Yes.
Because we're counting on the sales tax, but it may not go.
Okay.
Look at the school system.
Right.
And it didn't go. And they're doing absolutely a great thing by building our schools, safer schools for the future too. So we've got to find alternatives and be thinking along that line.
Right. And I'm looking at, not only with that, I'm also looking at, the submission public-private partnership. I'm looking at that as an option also. And what I mean by that as an option, I've built several rail systems throughout the United States. And one system that I built was in Denver, Colorado. And the rail line from the airport in Denver to downtown was built through a public-private partnership. The agency partnered with the private sector to build the line. And what they've done was they used part of taxpayer dollars from the agency with the private sector funding to build the line and to operate the line. The private sector is operating the line for 30 years. But Denver RTD still manages it, but the private sector runs it and pays for it. And that's how they're getting their money back from lending RTD money to build the railroad. And I've been trying to think about how could, if this doesn't work, how could we get the private sector more involved in what we're trying to do here in Greensboro. I mean, when I talked with the FTA yesterday, city manager and I have been talking about building what we call a bus rapid transit line down Gate City Boulevard. And doing something like that, do we get the private sector involved in doing a bus rapid transit line?
Well, these employers, I mean, I think it's beneficial to them if they want their workers to get to work on time.
Exactly.
To be able to have reliable transportation, even for the person with the car who, as Phil talked about this morning, his truck wasn't as reliable yesterday as he thought it needed to be. And so you don't want to wake up one morning and realize, oh, I can't get there because of something mechanical. But if transit exists and employees are working with us and partnering with us, you know, we talked about bringing all these great jobs and it's great opportunity. But if people can't get there, then it's losing an opportunity for. So rising tides must lift all of us.
Right. And I think that what we heard earlier, you just said public-private partnerships is so very critical. What Sean has offered here just recently is the classic example of that. And I think that we would take the opportunity to leverage that so that maybe he's offering a public-private partnership for micro mobility for companies that come to town. Maybe he can provide that solution for Publix, for himself, for other organizations, other companies that will look to relocate to this community. We use that as another magnet to attract even more so that if we just continue to build upon the successes that we have and this juggernaut turns into just a revolutionary model for the nation, maybe for the world.
I know you all heard me say this before. Transit spurs economic development. And when I started here back in August, I started asking the question, where is transit at the table with the Chamber of Commerce, with other entities outside of the city, talking about bringing businesses to Greensboro. And transit needs to be in the conversation. If transit is not in the conversation, that's where problems come in life. Because we have to get folks just to these jobs.
So this morning we heard about the FTA is willing to fund light rail, several things like that. If I remember, I heard correctly, correct, Mr. City Manager? You just have to show the density. Yes. So to me, Toyota is the perfect density that is coming. I realize it isn't here yet, you know, the airport, all of that. And I just don't know, is that something we can pursue?
Well, I would love to build rail.
Yeah, we all would.
I would love to build rail from Winston-Salem here to High Point and further out. But to start, when I was on the phone, when I was talking to Dr. Taylor yesterday, I said, look for that next year or two, maybe 3, you'll be getting a small starts grant from us, an application for a small starts grant to build bus rapid transit. To me, that's how I start into considering a rail line.
The density. Okay.
The density. Build a BRT line first. Show that you can do it. And then you come back and say, hey, we're growing. Our region is growing. We need some form of rail system. Should it be light rail, commuter rail, something like that? Because those 5,000 folks that are coming to Toyota and the other businesses that are coming to the area, yes, we want them to stay in the Greensboro area, but some may go out to Winston-Salem. To other places. So we have to have a way to connect them to those jobs. BRT is one, light rail is another. And then but we have to start small. So say microtransit is a start. And then we can grow from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks, Rick.
All right, this is running so smoothly that we are now ahead of schedule. But we have a real opportunity to seize when our legislators arrive here at 2 o'clock. So, Madam Mayor, you had the idea of why don't we use this next time to kick around what we're going to ask them for, make sure we're all on the same page when we have that presentation.
I do think this is a great opportunity, and I'm going to ask Ty to come up and actually give some dollar amounts. We had talked earlier about the requests that we were going to make, and they will be on the agenda this coming Tuesday. The agenda item is on the website. The dollar amount wasn't filled in. Part of the reason was we wanted to talk to the legislators about the dollar amount before it got published, and they will be here today. But this is a great opportunity for you to hear, based on the discussions that we've all had, what some of the asks are. And I think that you'll see the money for water and sewer and infrastructure is significant, but it is all extremely justifiable. So, Ty, if you want to, and Chief, I see you're in the room. I think we have an ask for you in this agenda also.
Okay, yeah, Council, thank you. I think, where is Mr. Crawford? I think I just say, okay, she will come in. So I did send this earlier this week, but like Mayor said, we found the dollar amount because we wanted to make sure that we had a legislators conversation with them first. But I sent this because I know that on Tuesday, there will be several items on your business agenda that will actually be addressing all of this. I believe on January 17th, I think on January 17th, we had small group sessions with each one of you to actually discuss some of these items. If you will scroll down so we can have the whole page, if it's possible to have everything on one page. It's a lot of dollar amount, but they do speak to a lot of what we've been talking about over the last 2 days. How do we make sure that when the growth and development that are happening, we have the facilities and the resources to keep our residents safe? This is also part of the whole idea behind becoming an easy place to do business. When you have fire facilities, your police resources, the chief mentioned the real-time data center piece yesterday, and Mike Borges talked a lot about the water sewer, and I believe there was a question from Councilman Nathaniel with regards to funding for infrastructure. So we've got a long list, and all of these, I don't know how much they total, almost $300 million. Okay, but just under $300 million. We know that seems like a big ask, but when I think about the map that Raffelis had up earlier, that showed how much different communities were able to secure for their respective counties and cities, it shows 11 million for us. None of that is for water or even police or fire. So this is what we're looking at, solely based on the input from you. One thing that changed, frankly, is if you scroll down, is that last piece. That we felt that, if we're talking about growth, we cannot just focus on the southern part of the city, but we also have to look at north of the lakes. So we know that there are, residents, and growth is going to happen all over. We just want to be ready for it. So again, this is what we have had from you. It doesn't take away from the fact that you do have a legislative agenda that you all adopted last year. We continue to push for that throughout the legislative session. But for this short session, because it's really more of a tweaking of the budget, we felt like infrastructure related to water, related to sewer, related to fire, police, are things that we really need to bring forward. So I'll stop on this. There's anything?
Just really one quick correction. If you go up to the top of the document where it says the real-time data center, it's actually real-time intelligence.
Okay.
Center. So it's RTI.
And I think previously that cost was less, but I think during your individual sessions with you, you wanted us to fund that up, so we took it up to 1.5 million based on conversation. So it was originally 900,000. I think Councilman Anthony had proposed that we had additional funds. So we went back and discussed that with the chiefs, and that's how we came up with that number there.
So I think this, we went over this with you. The only thing that I question, can you scroll down infrastructure-wise, please? Stop right there. Perfect. We've got the extension for the airport mega site, the southeast feeder extension. What about, should we go ahead and ask for funds for sewer around the south area? My point is, we've got to push that a little bit. I know it might be ahead of ourselves. I mean, our developer's biggest concern is sewer.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know how we do it, but to me, that's that's the stronghold on developing further. I know Sharon has talked about the Sedalia area, I believe, Woodson.
So I don't see Chris, I don't see Michael. What I understand is that may be included within the 5 phases, but if it's not, we will go back and
well, let's look
You talked about sewer being a lot more than 25 million
right.
a few minutes ago.
Sewer's more like probably, I mean, yeah, Mike's next door.
no, we can get that information.
And if it is sewer, then I would say the southeast feeder, main, water, and sewer extension, which I don't believe it's in there.
Okay.
If it's not,
we'll
but again, I know we're not probably there from planning, but we've got, that's our biggest.
Yeah, especially with what you just said.
Yeah, but Zach, to your point, you think about the first day and, you know, the obedience through the things that are important, not important, urgent, not urgent. We should be important and not urgent.
Right.
That's one of those important but not urgent that we should be focusing on. You're exactly right.
Right. And especially if you think if Chris Wilson is here.
I think he's going to forget the right.
So, you know, we haven't talked about this, and we did talk about it a while ago when Mike was up, but we've got this cloud over us talking about, I mean, what are we going to do with Pleasant Garden and water extension? I know we're talking about our, what's it called, what we are legally able to do currently with the ordinance, or whatever it is we have that limits us from extending water and sewer to areas we can't annex. So I know we're looking at that, but we talked about it how many months ago?
I think we're missing a line because I thought we talked about, I think we're missing a line because we did have a request for a big number for infrastructure support holistically. I see that north of Greensboro is pulled out separately, but I thought that there was a really big number that we had put together to help us run those water and sewer lines to the 421 area.
We never listed that on this document, Mayor, but the entire infrastructure section comes out to a little over $250 million. That might have been what you saw. We had that clustered together as a total at one point, and then we took off that bottom line number. But I don't recall us ever putting anything.
Use the microphone, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't recall us ever putting anything in specific to 421, but I do know that the entire section for infrastructure at one point was a little over $240 million. We took that total number out and kept it just sort of separated by costs. But certainly that is a recommendation that you go back to make that adjustment before the short session starts. It's not on the list of projects that we are presenting to council on the 20th for resolution. But certainly we can go back if we need to.
We need to know what those are. I mean, the agenda just came out, so I don't know, I haven't looked, so I don't know what the list is that you presented.
Yeah, I know that we did not provide that when we met with you in January on 421, because we wanted to make sure that that study is ready before we start talking about what the numbers will be.
Yeah.
But what we did was to, everything that you see on there, except for that last one on North Greensboro, was what we presented to you in one-on-one. And that's what we're bringing forward. What prompted the last item there is that we understand that regional growth is happening everywhere, in the north and the south, and we wanted to make sure that as we're talking about southeast, we're also talking about North Greensboro. Now, I will be very honest with you that most likely, and I have this, and I've shared this with Mr. Crawford, most likely the legislators will come back to us and tell us what they talk to us. So we're really being ambitious, I get it, but the feedback I'm receiving is that they're likely going to come back to us and ask us what's that talk to. They will take a submission, but that will be the question that will come to us ultimately.
Well, I think we could combine the water and sewer projects as one.
Yeah, we can.
And we say that that's our number one top is infrastructure and there's water and sewer.
I feel that way too, but I also think that the Chief Thompson said yesterday that the real-time intelligence center was probably the most game-changing thing in our story here. So I think
we could say infrastructure and then we could say public safety. You get the real-time intelligence center and the 2 fire departments.
Yep.
So you would move fire departments up to public safety?
Well, if we're saying that we're gonna
ask them to come
there's
to
2, well then we just move them around in time.
But I think the fire chief does have some acts that he, I think that are critical needs for him as well, so.
Which one?
Fire department has some.
Well, that's what I was saying, that's public safety.
Right.
So we'll put that under public safety. So include police and fire together.
Yeah. Well, anytime that you say public safety, I think fire, because it's all part of it.
They got it down there on infrastructure.
Right. So,
they got something. They need that station.
So again, we're not planning to put the legislators on the spot by.
No.
But we know that we will broach this subject. That we're coming forward with infrastructure needs requests as well as public safety related to fire and police. And we have a Q1 delegation meeting on March 4th. We will get into more details of this with them. And I will also say I already informed the mayor that Senator Brogan unfortunately has a personal conflict today and will not be here. But he has proposed, he's going to send dates for the mayor and myself and his brother to come down or come up to the body and really present some of these and other items to him directly. Or Greg Senator Padisa will be there, several senators, Garrett and Robinson. So we have the opportunity to have this conversation, not just today, but multiple times.
I think it would be helpful if, when you have that meeting, that if Senator Berger's office is open to it, that 1 or 2 council people attend with the mayor. And that way there's more than one voice brought forward for that meeting.
Once we receive dates from them, we will kind of check calendars and then we'll let you know. I believe so as well.
Thank you.
But again, I mean, I truly believe all of these speak to our growth. I mean, we could throw more on this if we want, but we can go back. We will talk to Mike, and then we can go back and amend something for the South in advance of the meeting. Any other questions?
I like the idea of combining all the public safety together.
Into one.
To one big ask.
And that's, I mean, we have a precedent for that. Last session we submitted $50 million for environmental remediation for Bingham and downtown because of that. When we sent it there, they never broke it up. They just said it. So,
are we still on the table for that?
So that if you scroll down,
because I still like to stay on the table.
if you scroll down to the bottom, we still have that. We've got a lot of things that are very important. We
still, we've talked about joint transportation efforts between the county, Greensboro, and High Point. Has to be joint for us to succeed. Hotel conversion and rehab, sports wagering. We've been having conversations with regards to that, and I think we're making some progress. They do know that Bingham Park is also very, very much short of where we need to get to in terms of funding. So those are constant. Bingham is on our long session agenda as well, but we know that.
Yeah, because we got shafted on that with Bingham Park. We needed all that 11 million to be able to go ahead and start doing something for the community, where they know we've already got a plan in place, solidified. So we got shafted on that 11 million.
One thing also on this list is that Bingham is the only one so far that has federal
Correct.
funding.
Part of
As part of
it's a part of the TIFA appropriations bill, again.
Right.
Of course, as soon as our federal budget passes, there's $1.08 million appropriated in that bill for Bingham Park. It's certainly set aside. So that would take us to whatever decision is made around the allocation for the 11 million plus the 1.08 million for Bingham Park.
Right, but we know we need at least 32. And so that 11 plus the possible 10 from NCD or DEQ gets us to 21, plus the 108 gives us to 22. Then we're 10 million short, and we can find ways to come up with 10 million. We can do grants or whatever. But getting it this way, it's just a nickel and dime way of getting it. Take it. I wish they had given us the whole 11, not split it for something else. It's going to have more opportunity to get money down.
Councilwoman Hightower, I know this is not an immediate answer, but we continue, now that we have both federal and state funding for Bingham Park, we have a lot of leverage now to continue to champion further grants. And this doesn't preclude us from putting this on the next legislative session agenda as well, and continue to champion for funding.
Yeah, this is a high priority for me, because I think it's going to also drive some other investment once we really get this done. It can also drive some other investment.
I agree.
Maybe
I agree.
Thanks. So at time, maybe we can talk to Toyota to see how they want to invest in community as well.
So I think we really wanted to make sure also that we had buy-in when it comes to the infrastructure money and what it's going to be used for.
Yes. I just want to make sure that we have buy-in from council. So
did we get a final answer from Chris of whether the southern sewer is reflected at all?
Just send a message tonight, but I think we will walk through that.
Okay.
Unless Chris doesn't answer.
That would be my other.
Okay. If we do, we'll get that information to council before Tuesday.
Thank you.
I know we have legislators coming at 2 o'clock. Maybe there are other subjects.
And I just want to say, keeping in mind that the legislature, I said, gave out $2 billion worth of infrastructure specific to water and sewer last session. We ended up with 9, and it wasn't even for us. It was for Pleasant Water, it wasn't for us. So this is the time, we've spent significant money on the Toyota plant, $150 million. This is really the best time for us to talk to the legislature. They want us to be regional partners. We already ran those lines. So now I think we can justify saying, now you got to help us.
Right.
Especially if you want us to give water and sewer to areas that are not included in the city of Greensboro, which is why that number is so big, and I think we can justify it.
Well, but we did get money I guess we're getting money from the state for Pleasant Garden.
Yeah, but Pleasant, but
not some of the other ones.
Right, and so these are our projected costs for projects that we need to have done, and we are going to need their assistance for it, because they're projects they want us to do also.
Well, I thought we determined the money they sent us, though. Wasn't it enough for Pleasant Garden, or did we need additional money?
I don't know that we know yet, but nothing's gone into the ground at this point. And if there is a shortfall, I believe the discussion with Pleasant Gardens, they have to make up the difference.
That's correct. And recall that they have some county funds included in that.
Yeah, they've got 5, I think, from the county.
That's right.
Well, then the county can help us when it comes to Sedalia as well, because I really would like us to help Sedalia. We've been talking about it for quite a while. And I don't think they have to be annexed. I don't want them annexed personally, because I think all we're doing then is creating an additional burden.
Well, this money would assist us in, because they certainly have no money. So this would assist us in the possibility of doing that.
Because that tax revenue is not going to be enough for them to
It would be a good time to just share. So, in addition to coming back to you with the extension policy that allows you to look at things just like this, and then of course sharing 421 today, we will come back to you with regard to Pleasant Gardens. After some encouragement, we can go back and look at some opportunities for additional investment from Pleasant Gardens. And we'll bring that back to you for consideration. But behind that, we recognize that today is also consideration. If you'll recall, PTRC is actually doing some assessment work around that.
Correct.
I believe what will come out of that is enough information that we can pursue some additional funding, whether it's through a process like this or through some granting processes that may be available as well.
I just wanted to just lastly add, from an advocacy perspective, there are 2 perspectives that you look at. The legislature spent $2.8 billion on infrastructure in this session, approximately, on infrastructure. They could say that they've exhausted their desire to do so, given how much they've already spent in this session, or you could give an indication of their excitement to do more. So we just need to be prepared either way when we decide what goes under the infrastructure section and just how much we're asking for in this session and sessions to come. I think it's a good question to actually ask our legislators when they're here. What the appetite is for additional infrastructure spending.
As a matter of fact, I will reinforce that, and council should ask that question. What's the appetite for? Because the short session really is to tweak budget, right? So what's the appetite for increasing funding for infrastructure? Because, 5,000 to 6,000 jobs, all those housing that will come here, we've been exposed to a lot of things that will be happening. And so infrastructure becomes a very important conversation.
Well, to that question, you might end up having to wait till the next biennial to really.
Yes.
So it might be good to sort of pose this, and in essence, you might want to have detail, because it's not a yes or no.
Right, exactly.
And what you're really shooting for, because the time horizon on most of this stuff is not next year, it's in the next 5 years.
Right.
So you might want to make a harder push for, like setting you up in the next biennial to get what you need. Because that's when the major budget decisions are made.
Next year.
In the long session.
Right.
I think that's it.
So if there are any other topics you want us to discuss except for the new city?
Now, what is the word?
I invite all of you to come to my District 3 budget meeting. It's going to be March 12th.
Well, you go over here.
I will just say really quickly.
We ain't having.
I don't want to talk about this.
Wait, let's hear what Chris has to say.
What I was going to reference is earlier we presented to you the state's investigation into regional water and sewer. And of course, we're going to get those results in April and likely have additional investigation. But I think that shows you that there is an understanding and appetite for additional investment. So I would just remind you that as we have that dialogue today, that I believe there's a desire to do that. And I think one of the reasons I wanted Mike to share with you what you've done today is I think it's good to share back what we've done to be part of that. Just a thought.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so we're going to take unless there are questions presiding
Something.
officer of the
I want
meeting.
to be the president.
Yes, so,
I want to be.
well, you could be the co-presider if you need help. So why don't we take
Yeah,
a
I
break?
don't want to be the president. I'll shut down.
We'll take a break until 2.
Yes, 2 p.m.
Break into
Everybody's gonna have I'll be
Do you know how it was before?
It was like, it was like, one on each side.
Yeah, that's why I need to move it back.
Yeah, I can put them back.
All of this that we've been doing for the last couple of days, in some ways, is building to this conversation today, now, our final session of the day together. This has been the Greensboro City Council's two-day strategy session, annual session, looking at the big strategic questions the city's facing. And as somebody who's worked in and around state and local government for much of my career outside of North Carolina, I think it's important to acknowledge to our legislators. A lot of places talk about the importance of regionalism and regional cooperation. I have to tell you, I've never seen it like I've seen it this last couple of days here in Greensboro. To start off the day with a conversation between the mayors of two of the three largest cities in North Carolina and our closest neighbor, and the mayor of our closest neighboring community, is a really big deal. It's important to acknowledge that in front of our panel of legislators. I'll introduce our guests in a moment. First, I want to acknowledge our Director of Intergovernmental Relations, Ms. LaToya Caesar Crawford, who's done all the work to put this team, this panel together. And we're very fortunate today to have three leaders in the legislature, House and Senate, Democratic and Republican members. We'll start with the senior member, Senator Gladys Robinson. Has served 7 terms in the state Senate. She's chair of the Senate Democratic Caucus. She's been a leader of health care, of women's rights, of Medicaid expansion. And I think it's also important to acknowledge that she has served and continues to serve as chair of the Board of Trustees here. And so everyone was really excited and impressed and motivated yesterday when President Walsh spoke with us. And it's important to know that Dr. Robinson led the board that brought her here to the event. To her left, Representative John Hardister is the majority whip in the House. Has been in the legislature since 2012. He is a leader and an expert on workforce issues and labor issues. I'm sure all of us will be hearing more about that in the months to come. We want him to know that we had the president of Toyota here just, an hour and a half ago, and he said, I have had 0 problems with hiring the workforce at Toyota. And I thought, oh my goodness, that is a big deal. We want to make sure everybody knows that. On the end, Senator Michael Garrett, been in the legislature since 2018, an advocate for early childhood education, K-12, access to health care and Medicaid expansion as well. Welcome to the panel. I'd like to start off by asking a question. We started our whole discussion a couple days ago talking about some of the things that make North Carolina unique. And one of them is the designation for being the top state in the country for business. And especially, if you look under that, the rankers at CNBC studied all the performance measures for the state and said not only is North Carolina the top state for business in the country, it's the top state, number 1, with an A+ ranking for workforce, which is why the President Toyota is so satisfied with the way things are going. So our first question to the panel is, why is that important? Why does that designation matter? Number 1. And number 2, what can we do to make sure that everybody in North Carolina is able to share in the benefits of that designation? Who wants to go first?
Thank you. And that's a great question to start with. Yesterday, I had the opportunity of being with folks from EDC talking about workforce development, a combination of people in higher ed, community college, businesses. My partner was a Toyota manager, so that was really appropriate. But you know, and she said the same thing in terms of workforce and being able to pull people in and get them trained, and even those who don't meet all the metrics that Toyota has done, is giving them additional training so then they can reapply and need it again. So I think one of the great things, and I agree with you, we used to complain for a while that Greensboro wasn't getting that. Y'all remember? Greensboro was not getting its share of corporations. But I'm really proud of the fact that I worked with the governor and commerce and all, had really turned that around as well as your work. Because we're central in terms of the highways. We just opened 840. We're really central. We're extremely accessible, more accessible than any of the other large communities. And our higher education system is so critical. And having been a member of the UNC Board of Governors, I'm really proud of our two universities and our colleges like Bennett and Greensboro and Guilford, and then our community college. So we really have the kind of infrastructure, the kind of resources that corporations would expect to have. And Michael will talk about K through 12, so I won't hit that. But those things are important as well as the city council and county commissioners, the city council especially, that is open to these corporations and the attitude about we'll work with you. That's so important, and we do that in the state as well. So I think that those things, the attitude of our elected officials in terms of we want good business, but we also want an education system that's going to support those. And we want to provide the kind of resources. And corporations see that. I talk often with Sean Suggs at Toyota, and a lot of the others as well, too. And they appreciate the environment we offer them here. So I think I answered your question more than anything.
Anyone else? Representative Harris? Sure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. That is a great question. A few thoughts come to mind. Number one, all levels of government are working together in economic development. We saw that with Toyota. We saw the City of Greensboro, Guilford County, the state legislature, also our friends in Randolph County. We all work together on that. So I'm 41 years old. I remember when I was a kid, when manufacturing was a big deal here, and it dropped off. Now it's coming back, and it's coming back in a major way. Like Senator Robinson was talking about, education component is critical. But we haven't raised tuition in any UNC school in 7 years. We've kept that accessible. And then the community college program as well is critical, like the GAP program, the apprenticeship program. We actually have, can't call it exact amount, it's maybe a couple of $1 million in the state budget this year for the FAME program, which was a brainchild of Toyota, but it applies broadly. It's not just for Toyota, but they're building out at GTCC. And then, of course, in conjunction with all that, we have gradually lowered the tax rates, and we've kept the cost of living low in North Carolina. We have great quality of life here in this state, and we're in great shape financially. I mean, we have a budget surplus. A lot of people are moving here because it's a place where we can do business, we can raise a family, and I'm excited about that. But there are challenges I'm sure you're going to ask about in a minute. One thing that I'm worried about, and I know you are too, Greensboro's housing. That's really, if you were to ask me, I'd say it's the number one thing that I'm concerned about, because I'm not going to tell you it's a housing shortage. And you look at the prospect of thousands of jobs coming in for Toyota, Boone Supersonic, or the list goes on. Housing is critical.
I think that is a great question, and part of that question is how we make sure that we keep and protect that designation, because we have received it 2 years in a row. And I think if you look across, if you were to go back and read the CNBC article, one of the things that they gave North Carolina credit for was the ability of the legislature and the governor to work together to get things done. And North Carolina was unique in waded into all of the culture wars, which a lot of companies are not fans of. And in the article, it says it gives us a warning, because about the time that ranking came out was when this legislative session kind of pivoted towards some of the culture wars that you see other states, like I think probably the most famous would be the state of Florida, enter into. So I think as the General Assembly is really intent on maintaining its designation as a top state for business and being business friendly, then we need to focus on the people of the state, how we make our state more competitive, and let's leave the culture war nonsense out of it. I mean, what got us these designations is, yes, the friendly tax environment to business, but every ribbon cutting or groundbreaking I've been to, no one from the CEO or vice president that shows up for a company says, yes, we love North Carolina because of how low the corporate tax rate is. They say because of our people. And our people are our strength. And we in this state need to keep that as a top priority, investing in our people. And that means from early childhood education to K-12 to community college to universities, skills training and beyond. And I think that's something that we've got to keep top of mind if we want to maintain our designation as a top state business.
If I can tag on to what you just said, one of the things we heard yesterday when we were talking about workforce development is the difficulty some of the training programs are having, not in attracting students, but in attracting teaching talent. Because now that the world has shifted, they need a different kind of teacher, whether it be in any of these advanced manufacturing training programs. And they're having problems getting those teachers because, let's face it, teaching salaries in our community colleges or whatever are not up to what people could earn in the corporate world. And have you all talked about that? I know there's a lot of talk about the universities and keeping the costs down. And as a grandparent paying for college tuition right now, I appreciate that very much. But where do you find the balance, and what is the current temperature read, should I say, on that area?
Well, I'll certainly start, because one of the things that I am not pleased with is the salaries, neither at the K-12 or the early childhood, but at the community college and college levels. Yes, we gave community college additional money this year, but it's not enough to raise the salary. And what community colleges have said for a very long time is that their teachers don't make the money that they need in order to teach the students. Students are increasing, but they have to be competitive with other states, just like our universities. I know for years I've talked both with A&T and UNCG about salaries of their professors, and they lose them to universities that can pay more for that well-qualified professor. And that is a problem with community college as well. As I talked to the Toyota manager yesterday, what she was saying too is that they work with GTCC, but they also the ones who put some resources there and their team to help in terms of those skill building areas. So our corporations are having to use their people who are trained in those areas to supplement what we're not doing in this state. So I think that is a problem. And I am one who constantly advocates for that. Because with the billions of dollars we have in surplus in this state, there is no reason that we should not give teachers, I know we've given them a little raise every year, but they still, as other states move farther up, they're still pivoting towards the lower end. So we have the resources in the state because it's your tax dollars. It's your tax dollars. And we really need to raise the salary level of these individuals.
And I'll jump in on that as well. First, I don't believe teachers are paid enough. And K-12, and especially at the community college level. I know community college is really struggling now because a lot of the trade industries are paying a lot more, based on the marketplace. The other issue, of course, is inflation. The raise for teachers in the budget cycle for 2023-24 is somewhere around 7%, which sounds great, but when you're up against inflation, and also other states are giving raises too, it's difficult to keep up with that. Now, I would prefer to see the K-12 raises be in the double digits, like somewhere around 10%. Because the budget looks good and we go have a surplus, I think there's a good chance we can make that happen when we go back into session in spring. I'm confident about that. Where I'm a little bit worried is in the trade industry, which affects particularly community colleges. Salaries are pretty strong at university level. Not always, depending on the job. They're not all paid great, but overall, paying the university system is pretty strong. But when you look at the community colleges, that's where they're really struggling. Because if somebody teaches like welding or HVAC or something like that, electrical, those companies and private sector are paying a lot of money right now. So they're having trouble getting, professors in there. So I think that's something we really have to focus on. And we have to look at the structure of all the funding that goes into education. Not to say that it's all top heavy, but we have to look at where are all those salaries. Are there some places where we can redirect for efficiency? But I do agree with you that is an issue that we have to look into.
Thank you.
I don't really have much to add to that except ditto. I think we need to get a little more, we need to think outside of the box as far as how we do compensation for those high demand teaching positions. If they're in K-12, community college and university. I know Tom Ross told me that when he first joined the UNC system, when they would go to retain high demand faculty members who were being recruited from other states, North Carolina would usually retain 7 out of 10. He said that at the time he left, that was down to 3 out of 10. So clearly we are behind the 8 ball, and it's not just about faculty numbers and salary numbers. At the end of the day, we're talking about missed opportunities for our people in the state being able to get the skills that they need to live a prosperous life.
Well, I know our council members will have a whole lot more questions, so maybe we can tee it up by looking ahead to the short session that will begin this spring. What do you anticipate being the big issues that you'll be focusing on this session?
Number one would be the state budget. That's always the most important thing. Because again, it's your tax dollars. That's what funds the government, what operates the government. Again, raises I think will be a big component there. Economic development, something will continue. There could be additional economic development programs in the state budget. The Medicaid expansion, making sure that that's being facilitated. We're looking at some of the results of that now. And then education, of course. Aside from just the salaries which are important, but also the education programs. Like personally, I'm a big fan of trade schools. I think we need to have more trade schools in North Carolina. I'm a big fan of our university system. I think it's the best in the country. But we need to make sure that kids are career ready, not necessarily college ready. College is great, but it's not necessarily for everyone. I think we have to do a better job of getting the stigma off of trades, vocational education, have more kids look into going to a trade school.
John's going to know what the priority of the General Assembly more than class, right? Our priority is going to be advocating for the things that we're most passionate about, which is education, healthcare, and economic development for our region. That's what we do every time that we're in the General Assembly, and do the very best we can to slow down or stop things that we disagree with that we think are harmful to people and harmful to communities.
I agree with both of them. What I want us to guard against is a ugly legislation. And I've said to people as they ask me, is that we don't need the divisive and things that attack people. Things like women's rights. People have asked me, what do you think is going to happen with the abortion? Are they going to limit by cutting fewer weeks, etc. And I certainly hope that that is not a priority. I heard some of that, but I hope that that's not a priority in terms of attacking the rights of women. I hope that we are able to focus in on those things. And Greensboro had several requests in, and I don't think we addressed several of those requests that you made earlier. So I hope that we can come and do those things that are necessary. Bingham Park was a very important issue. And I talked to Senator Berger, I talked to my colleagues here, I talked to everybody about Bingham Park in terms of what the tornado did, where it sits in terms of a low-income, disenfranchised community and the need for that and the request you made. So I hope that I can count on these two, especially the budget people, John, to help with those issues in Greensboro that make a lot of difference in terms of quality of life. I'm hoping that we can work together and not have the negative things that hurt our state.
So, Senator Robinson, thank you for your efforts for being a part and being willing to put forth a bill. So we do have it on our legislative agenda. We did get some money, but we had to share it with downtown. It was only 11 million. And really, to be honest, we asked for 32 million because that's what it's going to take to remediate it and to bring it back to a park space in an underserved community that needs enough lift, that has not had anything really significant happen in it in years. We've also acquired Hampton Elementary that had been sitting ravaged by tornadoes since 2018. And so we did get that. Now, under our purview, but we've got to have some money to help remediate it as well. I just hope and pray we can get more money. Thank you for talking to NCDQ, and hopefully we can get what they'll give us. But we're still short. And we having to split 11 million. It's not right. It's not fair. Because Bingham Park has a plan. Our community has been working on this for years. Why does it take so long for things to happen in our community? Some of us die before things ever come to fruition. And we just got to get people to understand what we're suffering, This park not being usable. I mean, there's health concerns. People are afraid of what's in the park. You can't plant a tree. You can't replace a basketball court. You can't put a park bench. We've got signs that say you can only walk. Don't dig in the dirt. Because things are coming up out of the dirt. We shouldn't be living like that. That's archaic. So we need some more money.
Well, we're pledged to try to support that because one of the things that minority neighborhoods suffer from are hazardous waste products and all of those things that they should not happen. So we intend to push forward that. But you bring up one other thing that reminds me of another major need is housing, affordable housing. And the city council is doing some great things in terms of looking at affordable housing. But our state needs to put more money into the Housing Foundation so that you can access some of those funds as well as the funds for homelessness. That's one of the things that North Carolina has been really negligent about. We haven't done anything as a state about the homeless population. We talked about in terms of can we do a bill, et cetera, and I think some of us have done that. But we need to do something. It's not just a problem of the city. It's our entire state. Because people move from one area to the other. where they figure they can get some better resources or whatever. So we do need to address that. I'm hoping that maybe we can do something.
Thank you. I appreciate that you're able to spend some time with us today. And Senator Robinson, I do want to thank you for the Major Events Fund that you helped sponsor in the gambling bills. Thank you for that. I wanted to talk about water and sewer infrastructure. As you know, that we have spent a considerable amount of money, Greensboro has spent a considerable amount of money sending those water and sewer pipes up to the mega site to the tune of $150 million. That is a lot of money. And there are a lot of communities that have come to us and would like some support for water and sewer, especially if they see it go beyond their properties. My question to you is, do you think that the legislature would have the appetite to consider an amendment to the annexation law to allow a community, if they are going to be providing water and sewer for economic development or housing, to do some sort of a satellite annexation? We want to be regional partners, and I think we've been regional, but we also have to look at our taxpayers, and that we can't foot the bill to be regional for everybody else. So how is it that we can make some money back? And would there be, under certain conditions, to amend the annexation law?
That's a good question. And this may be something the attorney would have to clarify, or Mayor Vaughn, you may know the answer. I believe there are two questions here. One, currently annexations have to be essentially voluntary voted on. The other issue, I think, has to do with non-contiguous incorporation, and I think there are limits to that. Is that right? That it's no more than 20% of the overall?
Well, there are some limits, and I can't tell you what they all are, so my ask is that we can look beyond those limits, under certain conditions, not just for a city who wants to go out and grab property, but for a city who is actually providing water and sewer, which is going to transform that area, that under those conditions, that we should be able to have the ability to consider annexation, or to at least have an annexation agreement signed, even if it's done at a later date.
Yeah, I think it's worth having that conversation. And again, if the attorney or any folks in the room know the answer, I think there's a limit that no more than 20% of the city can be non-contiguous. I would be open to amending that. And I do believe that we need to have this conversation about annexation. Now, I'm in favor of people having a say, but at the same time, if they're getting services from the city, I think that is something we have to talk about, because it relates to the overall conversation about housing. I know there's a lot of issues going on now in surrounding areas where there are mixed opinions on housing, but at the end of the day, you're going to have water and sewer for large residential construction projects. So I'd be happy to have that conversation.
And we certainly know that infrastructure is a focus of the legislature, given that they I don't want to say handed out, but they granted over, $2 billion last year in infrastructure?
Yeah, sounds about right.
And I will say that the City of Greensboro didn't get any of that directly. We will be asking for some infrastructure money this year, because in order for us to be that regional partner, we have to make sure that we can pay for it.
And for just a follow-up clarification on that, so would you mind elaborating on the idea behind that type of annexation? So if there's an area that's not incorporated currently,
correct.
The idea would be that the city could provide water and sewer if they in exchange agree to be annexed. Is that, was it a forcible annexation?
I wouldn't say under all conditions. I think it's a conversation that we need to have with the legislature to see what that interest is. Because we know that if we incorporate, that we have to provide more than water and sewer, that we're actually making a bigger commitment. But that to some of the areas that want water and sewer, we're not going to make our money back in water and sewer fees. So how can we make some of that money back? And the obvious thing would be annexation. So, I'm open to the discussion. I don't have it written out in my head.
Yeah.
But my question was, would the legislature have the appetite to consider amending the annexation agreement?
Yeah, because I think you have two countervailing interests. You have the city, that has to make it financially feasible to do that. Then you have the citizens that, in my view, I think they should have to say whether or not they want to be annexed. But then, overarching all that, you have the conversation about housing and how we're going to, tackle the fact that we have not enough housing currently. So, yeah, I think we need to have that conversation. I don't know exactly what the solution is, but anything that relates to, more housing is something we need to consider.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Mayor, that I understand Senator Berger had something to come up and couldn't make it, even though he had committed today. So when you and the city manager and maybe others of us can join, when you go to talk to him, go to his office to talk to him, I think that's a critical question. Because it came up, the Summerfield issue, James, all of these, it came up. And it comes up, but I think that he's the major player here. We are, ignoring the issues. But we need to make sure that those kinds of issues are discussed with him.
Who else?
I have anything to add also to it, except I agree with John's thought. I'm open always to looking at changes, but I would like us to see, and I mentioned this to leadership in the Senate, housing is a challenge everywhere in the state. It's a challenge in urban cities and counties and rural counties for different reasons, but it's a challenge. We have had session after session where we had these bills come forward about affordable housing, everybody's hair goes on fire and they never pass. In this last session, we had a really great process around modernizing transportation that created the NC10 plan. What the magic behind that was, it brought in all of the stakeholders who were in the room being a part of the conversation that developed that plan. And so I think this sounds like a great component for an affordable housing plan for our entire state. But we, in the General Assembly, need to make sure we're bringing in all of the stakeholders who have concerns and a vested interest in affordable housing and zoning, and being able to provide utilities to those communities is definitely a part of a critical part of that conversation. And I'll just say, Senator Tom McKinnis, who was one of the leaders of that in the Senate, the NC10, the transportation plan, he said, you have a beautiful plan when everybody takes a haircut and no one gets scalped. And I think that's how we need to look at putting together a statewide plan on affordable housing.
So, Michael, to that regard, can I ask you a question?
You didn't ask me anything.
Thank you. Good to see you, as always. Yesterday, we had a housing conversation. And one of the things that someone, I forget which lady it was, brought it up, that there had been some legislation, state legislation that looked at reducing capital gains if investors sold their homes, like the homeowners, someone who would put that house back in, but it died on the vine. Are you familiar with any of that? Because I'm looking.
I understand that's probably federal legislation.
No, she said state, because I wrote it down.
I'm not familiar with that bill. But it extended the window for a homeowner to roll over without paying capital.
It's like an investor who got all these properties, because they're buying them up, and they're just creating such an issue in the community because the rents are so high. But if they've sold them off, that if an agency could buy some of them, if their capital gains got reduced to what they would, it would be an incentive more for them to sell them off. And that would create a homeownership opportunity. More so.
Interesting idea. Did she give you a bill number on it?
She did, and that's,
I'll look at it.
yeah.
Sharon, that might have been the woman out of Charlotte.
She's
Charlotte,
from
she
Charlotte.
reach out to her.
Dream zones.
The dream, big dream.
Yeah.
Yeah, she brought it up, so it's, we'll try to track down more.
It was in the context of talking about housing issues in general, and wherever you are on the income continuum, there was broad agreement that at the end of the day, we have a supply and demand problem. And one of the drivers for that was investors buying property, just holding it, and then making it possible for regular homeowners to buy it.
Right.
You know.
So I'll get more for you now. Thanks.
Well, I'll simply say that piggybacking on the housing topic, more of a statement than anything else. You know, we mentioned earlier that North Carolina for the past 2 years has been ranked #1 for business in the nation, which is awesome. What those businesses look for are skilled workers, which we can provide them. But if they begin to find out that we do not have enough housing, then they will stop coming to Greensboro. They'll make a business decision not to come to Greensboro, not to come to Gilbert County, not to come to North Carolina. So it's going to be imperative that our legislators take this matter very seriously and try to assist these communities who really, we can't do it on our own. As you said, Senator Garrett, it's nationwide, but there's no reason why North Carolina can't be the one that solves it, so to speak.
And we're already hearing that as major concerns from business leaders that are already here in the state, but even some that are prospecting the state right now, they're already bringing up their concerns for the lack of housing. How can we bring 3,500 jobs to your state if there's no place for our employees to live?
Exactly.
I'd like to pivot a minute and talk a little bit about health care. I want to thank the legislature for the Medicaid expansion. And I understand that in that bill there is an opportunity for healthcare providers to actually claim street medicine, which when they are going out and meeting people literally out in the streets that we see, we are having a big problem with our homeless population, but especially people in that population who are mentally ill. And we have no recourse for them. And there was a good conversation about it yesterday, and I think it was maybe Judge Vincent who talked about it, and it was really the dismantling of the federal government's healthcare system and how there's no safety net for these people. And I know that Zach is working with a woman right now who is living on a street corner downtown, and she's in really dire circumstances. But we have nothing to offer her. And she has had an involuntary commitment, and the hospitals will keep her for a day or two, and they'll release her, and she's in no better shape. We need some sort of long-term care for people who just will not be able to take care of themselves. Maybe if this woman had medicine on a daily basis, maybe she would improve, but I think that people who have worked with her don't think she'll ever be independent. So right now she's living on a street corner. And we can't fix that. And I don't know if there have been conversations at the legislature or if we can do something as far as health care. We did get some good news today that the county, the city, did $1.5 million to Service Center at our last meeting, and the county did $1 million this week. So that would be $2.5 million, and they're buying that Boulevard building, and that will be for veterans, and it will be the first in our area that has respite care for veterans. And respite care is when people are discharged from the hospital, but still aren't well. They can still be in wheelchairs and have no place to go. So the Service Center will help us address veterans' needs. But we don't have anything to do with this poor woman on the street corner. And I know that's a hard question.
Well, it is because, it took me over 10 years to work on Medicaid expansion, and it's just the beginning of it. The Secretary and I were talking the other day about some additional pieces through CMS to give us the ability to do that. But one of the good things about Medicaid expansion, it does include funding for mental health services. And I think what we've got to do, and maybe that's the area that we need to get Secretary in here, because we do have some funds, both from General Assembly as well as the federal government, to provide mental health services in the state. Now, Greensboro and none of the others have enough facilities, is the issue. Neither outpatient or inpatient. We don't have enough facilities for the people who need the services, and especially for youth. We don't have that. So those are some critical areas we've been talking about in terms of, especially in our DHHS Oversight Committee, in terms of how do we do that. Not only money, but looking at alternative methods. I know that there's a church in Greensboro that offered to be some outpatient assistance in terms of counseling, etc. for you. That doesn't get up what you said, Mayor, but we have to look at alternative methods of getting services to people. People on the streets, a lot of those folks just have some mental health issues. A lot of them veterans who have PTSD issues. They're not just folks who want to be out there, but they need help. So, we join you in terms of the state, in terms of looking at how we're going to do that. I have a DHHS meeting in 2 weeks, and I'm going to make sure that we discuss that some more. That's one of those issues in terms of that. It's not just Greensboro, it's all across the state, unfortunately, in this country. But we do have to do something about that. I will look and see about the distribution of the funds. I think some of it is money you can just request. There should be some RFPs going out, but I think if you have some innovative programs and ways that you think you can address, I think you can just request that from the Secretary, and I'll talk to him. Because he is looking for innovative programs and ways to address the mental health crisis.
Maybe that would be an opportunity for us to work with Cone Health to come
Yes.
up with it, because certainly we can't start a facility up for mental health. That's beyond what we can do right now. But maybe working with some of our healthcare providers, we could go in together and come up with a request.
Okay.
I'll jump in real quick on that one. That's a great question, Mayor. One thing that comes to mind is that when we modified CON, certificate of need, we did change that for mental health facilities. So CON no longer applies to that, which I think is good. That's one thing. I think the enhancement of Medicaid will help. And then another thing is to probably look at creative public-private partnerships. A good example is a place like Fellowship Hall, but they don't have enough beds, quite frankly, for inpatient mental health. And like the Senator was saying, we just don't have enough facilities right now. So we probably need more investment on the private and the public side. Maybe look at some public-private partnership, whether that's more block grants. But I know, for example, that I had a conversation with Secretary Cody Kinsley and leaders over at Fellowship Hall about what are some of the ideas where we can kind of partner together with like some block grants, because ultimately we still have enough facilities right now. And there's other things we could look at as well, like maybe we need to have more counselors in school, for example, to help young people when they first might start to show the signs of having a mental health affliction or something like that. But so I think there's multiple solutions we can consider.
And it would probably be helpful for us to have the opportunity to sit down with the Secretary, like you suggested, and talk about this. Thank you. Well, I have another question. I don't want to monopolize this conversation, but, you know, we talk a lot about housing and homelessness, and one of the things that I think the state could help us on is eviction diversion. And we're talking about people who have had maybe a medical issue and they've got bills they have to pay or medicine they have to buy, or they had a transmission blow up, and for a specific reason they have gotten behind in their rent and they are in jeopardy of being evicted. If there was some sort of an eviction diversion program to help those type of people, it would prevent them from becoming homeless. And a lot of times we're talking about families that they get evicted for something that happened that was situational, not because they're not working or they're not trying. It would also, besides keeping them in their place, continue to keep that rent maybe at a good rate, because as people move out, we see that the rent goes up for the next person. I think eviction diversion could be something that would be very helpful as we look at our unsheltered population and how we can keep a majority of those people in housing.
Would that be a scenario where there would be some kind of funding provided to pay the rent, or that the rent would just go to
It would be funding provided. It would be funding to help provide for the rent. And you know, after COVID, there were some national programs for eviction diversion, and so there are methods that money could be paid, and that money does get paid to the landlord. And the landlord has to agree to accept the money and not evict the person. So there are models already in place on how eviction diversion can be paid. I just don't think there's any money currently. But there are people, and primarily they're people who live paycheck to paycheck, and I think that is a large majority of our population throughout the state and throughout the country.
And the mayor is exactly correct. Right now, if you look at the folks who are rent burdened in our community, that is paying more than 30%. That's about 30%. And there's another 20% that are at about 50% rent burden. So they're having difficulty paying their rents. There have been studies that have shown that Greensboro, in Guilford County, we've had the 6th worst eviction rate in the nation. And when you put those two together, you end up with more people who are homeless or couch surfing or something else. So in addition to funding for those folks to help with the rent, also so they can have more representation when it comes to the evictions themselves. Because a lot of times, I know I've seen that you have families or individuals or children who are going into court having to represent the family, and they don't have that additional assistance. So the funding for rent assistance and also to help them be represented will be helpful.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. I know that eviction is not a simple process. It can take a while, to do that. It can cost the landlord money, and of course, it's not good for the tenant either. I think there are a lot of things there we have to consider. Of course, the overall cost of rent has gone up, right? I mean, I was reading about that the other day, and luckily we're not as bad as some other states. Like in the state of New York, for example, they have a political party. It's actually called the Rent's Too High Party. So we don't want that to happen here. But again, I don't know. I'd have to think through that one. The question is, how much government involvement do you want, like in the private sector and controlling rent? That's something we have to think about. But at the end of the day, I think we all agree that it's not optimal for people to lose their home and end up on the street.
But it doesn't have to be rent control, but it can be a measure of helping that family or that person in the eviction process, because the eviction process actually adds to the amount of money they already owe for the rent. So really, they get burdened with the cost of it all. The court costs, even if they choose to appeal the rent, they're tasked with that as well. And so what we're trying to do is avoid anybody from getting evicted, but particularly families. We got a lot of children and their parents living in their cars. That is not what we need to be focused on when it comes to trying to help keep families together. They should not be in their cars. But they go to court. They are not familiar with the court system. half of them don't go to court because they're scared of the court system. And that's within itself is something we have to deal with. But when they get there, and in the court system is one of the things where they don't really listen to the person, is either, are you behind in your rent? Yes. Can you pay? No. Okay. Evicted. There's often no in between. And so there should be a way to have some type of diversionary opportunity for that individual to have, not only to be able to get some representation in the eviction, but to help to mitigate some of the damages that they would have to. I understand it's private property, I understand all of that. And that's where people really lose out, because we go to the private property landlord argument, and then the tenant rights are very limited. So I hear what the mayor's saying. It's a conversation. I serve on the homeless task force that we've talked about. I think we've talked about some of it, but how is it that we can set up some type of diversionary type assistance?
And I do want to make a distinction. I think there are people who find themselves in financial circumstances that were beyond their doing. Maybe they got sick, maybe it was that large car repair, and that it is just situational. There are other people who are just bad tenants and they're not paying their rent. And I'm talking primarily of those people who just fell on bad times. And what can we do to help them get over that hump? I think there does have to be a difference between people who are really trying and they just can't make it for a reason.
And the mayor's correct, and I'll just jump in here again. She's correct. What this would also do is help to provide some stabilization for the landlord, for the property owner, so that they have the ability, because they have mortgages, they have bills to pay, and they have to, and they want good tenants, and they want people who can pay. And if they have some tenants in place and they have some assistance, again, they can provide that stabilization, and the system smooths out just a little bit more. The tenant gets to stay in or has a better opportunity to stay in. The landlord has the property, and it's an investment, and they're earning from that.
It sounds like you're saying the landlord will opt into the program. Is that the idea?
Well, they have to accept the money.
Yeah. If they take the money, then they in the program.
Well, I'm wondering, and I don't have any answers, but we collect so many fees for everything. I call it a new taxation with the state, because every time you look around, we got a new fee, etc. Some are good, some are. But I'm wondering if there's a way to look at some of the fees we collect. You might want to look at some of the ones you collect as well, but look at some of the fees we collect at the state. So there is some kind of pool of funding that could be set up for eviction diversion for families who are on hard times. I know when we talk about it, that probably may not be the first place that the budget is going to go towards, but it might be somewhere where there are some fees that are collected for. I can't remember some of the new fees, but fees that are collected for some of the things that we may be able to set up a fund so that they can help temporarily. I think we just have to think about it.
The question that gets asked of me all the time is, why can't you all regulate the amount of rent that people have to pay? Now, I tell them that because the property owner, the landlord, can charge as much as he wants, I guess. But I wonder, could there be something that could be regulated that they couldn't raise it so much? Like if it's 500 and then you go to 1,000. That looks like if you can raise it from 500 to 7, or then from 7 to 9, but they just go all the way out. And these people have been there for years, have been paying on time, and it's just, goes. So Shouldn't there be some, is there any way you all could put some kind of percentage hike on it rather than just anything you want?
That's kind of tricky because even though it's well intended, what could end up happening is landlords, they have different profit margins. Some are probably large and some could be smaller. But if you start doing that, then some of them, they could create less housing if it affects their bottom line. They're told you can only raise it this much, but then labor cost shoots up on them, and the cost of building supplies shoots up, and maintenance costs. Then if you could artificially price them out of that to such an extent that they might actually get out of the business, and then you have less housing. So I think we have to be careful about going down that road. I think there's some other things we could look at, like the fees that the senator was talking about. I think having more housing in general, actually. Like if you're talking about apartments, we probably need more rental property. We need more single-family homes, multifamily, because when you have more supply, then you have more inventory to help bring the cost down. And of course, having job opportunities to help as well. But I do think this is a very worthy, conversation. We're all trying to work toward the same outcome.
So, we, the Human Rights Department, UNCG, and Guilford College have landlord-tenant dispute program, which is great. It's been very successful. However, what is happening now, that might have been a lot of those cases were like 1, maybe 2 months rent behind. But what we're seeing, and Mrs. Hightower and Dr. Wells and I got a text message yesterday, we're getting where people are 3, 4, 5, 6 months behind because they've been hit with this situational issue. And they're just trying to survive. And, at that point, I'm not even sure a landlord would be willing because, both parties have to sit down in the dispute program. That's what concerns me because, that person is going to be homeless. And it just tends to stack up and stack up and stack up. And it's the landlord's waiting because they think it might get better. And the tenant is waiting because they think their situation might get better. And by the time, it's crisis point. That's my concern.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like you said, statewide, and I remember the mayor asked me several years ago, and I did put it in as a possible bill one time to have a housing study. And I think the governor appointed, and I need to look back at it, and see if he appointed a housing study commission, because I think that's what this is going to take. Not enough housing, but the housing we have is out, it's priced out, and there are theories on our housing market. It's not our local developers and landlords, but it was people coming in and buying up, is what I hear, in terms of buying up the land, buying up the housing, etc. But I do think that it is past time for us to have a housing study across the state in terms of, how we are going to be able to house people at an affordable rate. Everybody doesn't make $50,000 or $80,000 or $90,000 a year. Everybody doesn't make that kind of money, so we got to look at how we house everybody.
Yes, Senator, what I'd really like to see is for the state to have a Department of Housing. We have Department of Transportation, Department of this, Department of that. We've, I think, all identified that our biggest problem is housing, and there's no Department of Housing. I know there's the Housing Trust Fund, there's little housing here, but it needs to be under one umbrella that can really look at the entire state and to see what all our issues are. And, not to have a Department of Housing, I think, is silly, quite frankly. So maybe you want to go back and pitch that idea again, because I really think it's worthy to have some department, that's all they do, is look at our housing crisis across the state.
How does that happen? I mean, how do you create a new department at the state level? From a process point of view.
Be active.
Yeah, I mean, that would have to be a proposal coming out of the General Assembly.
We did file
a new Department of State.
this last long session to create the Department of Housing and Community Development. It was actually Mayor Vaughn had mentioned it to me a couple of years ago. And so we looked across the country at different states that actually had that. And the one that we modeled it after is what the state of Virginia does. And it is, I think, it's pretty innovative because they would become responsible for a lot of what we have discussed today. But the way it is perceived in Virginia is that it is a resource for homeowners, it's a resource for developers, it's also a resource for municipalities, especially the smaller towns that might not have the in-house expertise for zonings and regulations. So I think it is definitely something that we should look at and that we should move on. That's why we drafted the bill. The problem and the challenge is some of my colleagues view creating another department as adding regulation. But what I try to stress is this is not about adding regulation. This is about creating a resource for homeowners and for developers and for communities. So I think, we'll definitely take a swing at the next long session. Advocate, I think.
Didn't we have this on our legislative agenda?
We did.
Push
Yeah,
on
it's been on, yes,
Okay.
and Senator Robinson, I know, introduction, Senator Garrett, so, let us know how we can advocate or who we need to go to, but, that might be the start of a good conversation.
Well, I think it would be a good department, not only just for all of us, but the monies that come in for housing into things.
And you're a part of the North Carolina municipalities. I think that would be the other place to get them to advocate too. Because if we have a Department of Housing, that's going to help the entire state. So I think you ought to talk to your colleagues.
Just a point of clarification, we did not ask for that in the legislative agenda. We asked for yes. But this time we just asked for increase in the housing trust.
Yeah, I think they were referring to a previous agenda that we had, and it's how this conversation came about.
Well, I will say, if I may follow up on Senator Garrett's comment, we have done a lot of work at our firm with the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, and it is a tremendous resource. You see it most effectively in rural areas, small towns that simply don't have the professional capacity to do the work that we really benefit from here in Greensboro. You also see it being a tremendous benefit for urban areas where there's a lot of density, a lot of aging infrastructure. And most recently, we've seen it be very successful as the agency that is responsible for deploying many hundreds of millions of dollars to expand internet access through the federal infrastructure law. And they've really done a great job. It's done a model for the country. And so it's good to hear that North Carolina's looking at that. It's very effective.
Any other?
Who else?
I just like to ask Mr. House, since, would you talk to some of your friends who, because you all, I don't have to say it, So would you talk to some of your friends because you are in our area, you represent us, so speak for us to your friends to see if you can get some of these things done?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Yeah, like on the last question, I agree with what Senator Garrett said. If you were to create a housing agency, it doesn't have to be regulatory. It could be a resource and like an incubator for ideas. Because all the ideas that we've talked about today are intriguing, and I don't know what all the answers are, but if it could be an incubator for ideas and oversight, not just on the housing development, but everything that ties into that, like broadband and water and sewer and things like that. And then also, like Senator Garrett said, also, a lot of small towns don't have the resources, like, for example, we got here, right? So I'm not opposed to that at all. I'd be happy to consider that and advocate for you.
Good. So if y'all, where does it go, what department does it go to when somebody, like we approve tax credits for housing? And then it goes to the state for somebody to approve whether that is awarded or not. What department is that?
Probably that could be housed under, that could be commerce.
So it seems like that would be a place to start right there.
Yeah.
And then you've got the housing fund. And so you've got it all right there. It's just not called housing.
Right.
And it's kind of spread you out. So I think you could argue that you're not necessarily creating something out of new, you're just shifting to be more effective and efficient. Now let's talk about something really. Can the state start a loose leaf pickup? I really need Joe. John, come on. Zach. You and I know the Republicans in the room. Let's start a loose leaf. But take it national.
John, please.
Maybe if y'all not doing anything this weekend, you can come over.
No, I'll say this. Thank y'all for serving. I know it takes a lot away from your family and your friends for y'all being down in Raleigh. You know, people have asked me why I wouldn't run for the state. And for what y'all have to do is the reason why I don't want to run for anything in the state. So thank y'all for doing it. And we're going to have asks. We've got infrastructure asks. We've got public safety asks. Quite frankly, we've got a lot more asks, whether it's individual or as a council. For example, you know, our Coliseum is going to need help. It needs help right now. I don't know what that number is, but we need help. And we're going to need state help. We want to be the tournament town. We want to lead in amateur sports. We're going to need y'all's help. Bryant Park and other initiatives that we have. And I don't know what that looks like. I'm just telling you, we need you. Senator Robinson, you said it. Our area hasn't gotten as much as we'd like to do throughout the years. Well, through the investment of Toyota, the investment that the state did for Toyota, Wolfspeed, VinFast, and everything that's going on around here, boom. Y'all made the investment. Now's our time, whether it's Greensboro, the smaller communities around. And so, you know, we appreciate you being here, and know that we're probably going to be knocking on your door a lot.
You brought up one thing that reminds me is that Greensboro was left initially out of the sports betting piece. And we got calls from both the Coliseum and everywhere else. And through I and Senator Garrett were able to get one of our colleagues to expand the bill because of the G. And so Greensboro is included because it does have a G and some other areas as well. So it's good to remind us of things like that when, you know, there's not intention to exclude, but sometimes it will happen.
Right.
If you don't call, somebody doesn't call.
Or sometimes there is an intention to exclude, and we just need to call you. Anyway, you need to call. Right.
I do want to say, I just want to say to Representative Hardister, I want to thank you for the hard work that you've done on behalf of your district. I appreciate it. You've always taken my phone call. I think we've worked well together. I was disappointed to hear that you were running for a different position, because now I'm going to have to break somebody else in. But I appreciate the way that we've worked together, and I'm disappointed that you won't be part of our delegation. I think we've got a good delegation, and we'll miss your leadership. So.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Vaughn, and likewise, I feel the same about you all. And Mayor Vaughn, you know, I've always had a great working relationship. I appreciate that, and it will certainly continue. If I go on and get elected to another position, I'll still advocate for you, and I'll make sure the elevator's not on time.
Actually, we've got one of the working day.
I just like to ditto what the mayor said. I mean, John and I have worked together since I've been on council, and he actually lived in my district, and his parents live in my district. So, you know, it's always been accessible, as well as our two senators as well. So, you know, we have a dedicated delegation, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Very good. Two things I really want to mention that will be coming up. Public safety, of course. We are going to need help with getting fire stations to cover all the areas that we are building in, because of the increase in employment and housing that we hope is coming and all of those things. One, definitely out at the airport, we're going to need a fire station. We need to keep our fire stations absolutely top notch. Otherwise, our ISO 1 rating goes down and our home insurances will double. So we need to keep all of that in mind. And I know we've got some requests on our legislative agenda. Also, our Real Crime Intelligence Center. I don't know if you've heard about that, but what it does is it ties into businesses. The businesses agree to allow the police to look in on their cameras. If a crime happens, they call 911, the police automatically go into it. And that way they can tell what's going on, how many police officers they need, was it an accident, somebody just accidentally hit the alarm, what's going on, because, we've all got this crime, safety, crime is increasing, all of these things. So I know there's a request in there for that also. So I want to make sure all of these things we are doing are absolutely wonderful. The economic development, Brain and Boom, Toyota, all of this, but we need to make sure that we can take care of them. That and along with what the mayor was talking about and all of us about the homeless issue. Because just briefly on that, we found that a lot of cities in other states are sending their homeless to Greensboro. And I think Senator Robinson is nodding her head yes. So we've got issues. We're not going to lock the door on Greensboro and say nobody can come in. We don't want that. But, we're dealing with a whole lot of things and the growth and the stresses from all of that. So any help that can be given, we certainly appreciate. I appreciate what each of you do.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned agenda, your legislative agenda. You mean for the long session?
For the long session.
Okay.
Also for the short session.
Yeah, so we don't have it yet for the
So I can speak a little bit to that, and I know that council is talking about that without mentioning short session. So, but on Tuesday, council will be taking an action on a list of items that are pocketed. Councilman Attorney mentioned infrastructure, Councilman Abuzeta mentioned public safety. All of those items will be under those two umbrellas. We feel that we need to be bold, we need to be courageous, because 5,000, 6,000 jobs, thousands of housing units in this area. But we're also being mindful that we have neighbors who lean on Greensboro that are not as big or populous as us, but they're just as critical to how we operate and function in our city. So I ask to be mindful of that for residents of Greensboro, but also for residents of my areas. And so that's, you will see details of that on March 4th, when we have our quarterly delegation meeting with you. We will have Chief Robinson in the room, Chief Thompson, our Director Borges, I think also Deputy Senator Wilson. All of them will talk about these infrastructure needs in a few minutes to just kind of get into details of that. But prior to that, you have a sneak preview of that council's agenda for February 20. What those dollar amounts are. It's a lot of council, but we believe that what we have today requires that, especially because it's almost like we're making up for things we haven't asked for over the past years.
Again, I want to thank you all for coming, and we appreciate the hard work that the three of you do for the city of Greensboro. We know it's not easy, and we know it's not easy when you've got to run back and forth to Raleigh and Greensboro. So thank you for the commitment you've made to our community, and we really do appreciate the way you advocate on behalf of our city.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's certainly our pleasure to do. Like we tell people, we have such high salaries. We really enjoy these jobs.
We're up to $1.50.
But thank you for all you do for the citizens.
Y'all work hard.
Well, how about a round of applause for our All right, well, we'll give them a moment to move on to their next
wrap this up real quickly. We are mercifully ahead of schedule. We have one last short wrap-up conversation to have, but as our legislators are slipping out, that's all. Make sure we don't slip out with it. All right, well, why don't we wrap up? We've got a written survey for everybody to fill out your reactions to this event. We can do it today, leave it with the city manager. But while we're doing that, we've covered a lot of ground. What is everybody's takeaways from this session?
This one.
From this whole, from all day yesterday and all day today, what sticks in your mind? What would you learn that you didn't know?
The thing that I like the most is that we dealt with the things that we decided last year. Yes. We were able to see where we are and things we need to do to move forward to make it happen. I think last year was like goal setting, and I think this was just a good way to keep us motivated to, and the choice of presenters just added to it. It really.
That's a great observation. I really hear that. I work with a lot of cities and counties, and they're not able to say that.
I know.
So it's a big deal.
Really good.
Okay. What else?
What stands out?
Motion to adjourn. Y'all did great.
I thought it was very well presented, and I thought that the whole thing was very professionally done.
Yes.
So I did like that.
That's very good. Who else?
Timely recap where we've been. Showed a lot of good things we've done, but yet, we know there are a lot of things we need to find solutions for. And I think we are all pretty much on the same page.
I'll say that it brought new ideas and innovations to the table, and oftentimes at these retreats, you kind of rehash the old stuff again. In this case, we brought some new things to the table, and that was great, which makes me think of one good thing that came to the table from President Walsh from Bennett College, first day during her, I'm not sure what she called it, but welcome greeting. But it was the work session or the retreat we had last year when Malcolm Coley came in and said, is there a university in your city that you can adopt? And we have President Walsh came in and said, adopt me. Yeah. Adopt me. And we literally should adopt, because just like what Toyota's doing is innovative, what we can do in partnership with President Walsh and Benning College would also be innovative.
And I tell you, the whole nation would look at that example.
They would.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great two-day session. I like hearing from the businesses that we have given incentive to, that are coming and bringing economic development. I like hearing back from them, knowing what they're trying to do, how we can still be an integral part of that, and how then they want to be a part of us. Because many times we give incentives to companies, we never hear anything else from them. You know, and so I like that part of it, as well as the panelists that came from other areas to tell us what they were doing as well. So that opens our minds up to greater possibilities. And so I like that aspect of it as well. So I thought that for me was very informative, and it helped us even today with the mayor from Raleigh, creating relationships with other elected officials, and it was in more of a relaxing atmosphere, not your typical board meeting type environment, and I like that as well. So it's good.
My feelings are somewhat upset. I mean, I thought we had a really good mix. It's not just us and our city staff, but a good mix of our partners from education, from the business community, our elected officials, the panel of the two mayors. I thought Nancy moderated that beautifully, and I thought all of that was very, very useful for us. So it was, I think a really outstanding 2 days, and I've really benefited from every hour of it.
What's worrying people?
Just don't have enough money. What needs to be done.
And then the worries me about the urgency of getting some things done. And I feel like that because I know I'm not running again, but some of these things I want to get done because we don't know who's coming after us, and they may not think the same way, but we know it's good for the city, and that kind of bothers us. We got things we have to do pretty quickly.
I think it's a really important point, Councilman Holston. You were trying to refer back to one of our earlier presentations when we started off. But one of the things we mentioned in starting off is that one of the ways that we see city councils fall down around the country is by saying good enough is good enough. And that I don't hear that at all among this group. In this moment with Toyota and all that energy, and these three legislators, both parties saying, let's figure out these really tough things. That is a tremendous opportunity that you ought to jump on hard and fast. But you're right, at time moves quickly, especially with elections going on.
There always needs to be a sense of urgency in most of what we do, and we can't be complacent about anything.
I was impressed, with especially the mayors. We had a smaller city, a larger city. We had Greensboro. Everybody has the same issue, pretty much. They might be in different order, but they're, pretty much the same.
And I felt there was, with the collaboration, there was some unity that was established. And you could do more when you're together, more together, better together.
Common thing for me, there are many people in our community who are doing very well and are celebrated. But there are also many people who are hurting every day. We all hear about them. They're a paycheck away, or they're $500 away from falling to the abyss. And so that sense of urgency, I know it's not supposed to be urgent, but recognizing that and feeling the pain of them is what drives us every single day.
And even in the community that is thriving, it's a large number.
Right.
All right, any final thoughts?
I'd like to see us next year perhaps do a panel have part of this session together with everybody, a couple of our county commissioners. And because we all share so many common things, and I think we don't get an opportunity sometimes to just not sit down with an agenda, but just dialogue. These are the things that are hot for us. We know they're important to you as well. How can we work together? And I think it's beneficial to have, rather than just one or two people meeting with people on certain topics, to kind of bring everybody together.
But Tammy, I think that's a great idea. I don't think we have to wait till next year. We can do it at any time.
Yep.
Just try to coordinate our schedules and have a conversation like this.
Maybe after they do the retreat.
Yeah.
And we have our retreat, they've had their retreat.
Yeah.
Where can we work together on some of these things?
Yeah, they're looking at the going over, so yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Well, I'll just say on behalf of our firm, SIR, we are thrilled to be back with you for a second year working on this. We are in the business of doing strategic work for organizations facing tough problems, and we're really impressed with the direction you all set out in Greensboro. And most of all, we're grateful to you for inviting us to be part of it. With that, I believe Councilman Matheny put a motion on the floor.
Thank you.
Second. Thank you.
It just seems like it.